Hey guys, so Sunday I did it again, okay? I decided to do another 4-hour webinar. Well, I didn't plan on doing a 4-hour webinar. It just ended up being a 4-hour webinar. At first I thought it would be just 2 hours, but it ended up being the best Webby that we've done so far, right? I shared everything that we learned from scaling our clients' companies and their offers. I shared 5 case studies where we added a combined total of 300K in new monthly recurring revenue. That's 3.2 mil in annual run rate to these 5 companies in just 90 days. That means 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 300 grand a month in new money from the world, from the universe, right? Which is pretty sick that I even get to say that. I invited subject matter experts, people who've scaled short form content agencies to 40K per month, from 0 to 40K per month in 90 days. Insane, right? But the reason why I invited them was not so that they can share their short form, how they edit their videos for their clients. It's actually so they can introduce monetization frameworks and their process. Also their sales structure, right? And their sales process. Many people are failing with short form content agencies because, well, I get at least 10, 20 DMs every 3 days and I never respond because all they're selling me is, hey, I can do 60 more videos for you. I'm like, I don't need more volume, right? I need something different. I need money in the bank, right? So invited these subject matter experts so they can actually come in here and share what they're doing right. That's helping them get paid 5 grand, 7 grand a month. I also go over the outreach structure that our clients are using to scale. Some are using $3 an hour virtual assistants. Others are using growth teams. I also break down how to build a growth team. I also share this new offer that I think that anyone who pushes this new offer to local businesses where you leverage creators, short form content and paid advertising, mainly focus on lead gen, you're going to kill it, right? I also ended everything with something special. I introduced something new that we've launched recently from the Webby called ACB, Agency and Consulting Basics, right? A new service we're testing with a few members who were on the webinar. This program is so good that we had 40 people waiting to join it, right? But we only needed had room for 10 people for the beta offer. So yeah, if you're interested to learn about that, wait till the end of the Webby to get that. I also answer some Q&A, and yeah, I also created a private community for everyone who will check out the Webby. You can join using the link below. It's a private Telegram group. But guys, please enjoy this webinar and have a lot of fun. Bye-bye. Yeah, this is crazy. All right, perfect. Now we're good. All right. I think we can get started in 1 minute. Should we send another blast? No. We don't need to send another blast. We'll do other things as we start. All right. I'm just going through and just seeing faces, just trying to recognize people. So in case you don't buy from me, I remember who you are. That's funny. Who has someone gone to see John Wick yet? I wanted to go see it tonight, but I probably will go see it.
Yeah, I went today.
It's
How
crazy.
was it? Is it good?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I noticed that it's like 2 hours and like almost 3 hours. I was like, holy shit, this must be
Worth it. Worth
Yeah.
it.
100%.
There's a lot of fighting scenes though.
That's worth it. I love it. All right, let's get started. We need to get over 500 people on today's call, but we'll see how it goes. All right. Let's get zooming on it. Can everybody see the screen? Put it in the chat if you can. All right. Second, just gonna make a story. Just gonna make a story. All right. Let's get started. I know my screen is pretty wide, right? So sometimes it creates an issue with other people's screen, but I'll just zoom in. I think everybody should be able to see properly. So it's already 150%. I think it's just my screen that is a bit wide. Is it not already bigger? Can't see? Can we make it 500%? Nah, okay. I mean, this should be good, right? Jill, is it good?
You can zoom in a little bit more.
A little bit more?
Tiny bit more.
Like this?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. All right, let me drink some water and then let's start ripping it. All right, so welcome to Client Acquisition that is Half a Mil Thesis 2.0. This thesis just follows, it's just like a second version of what we did last December. Who was here last Webby in December? Beautiful. Yeah. So essentially, the reason why I created this webinar was it's not necessarily that I'm going to go over like some crazy new concepts. I'm just going to go over like what did we learn, the people who succeeded, why did they succeed, and those who failed, why did they fail? Okay. So it's more so I'm like sharing why other people, essentially what created success from the thesis that I shared in December, right? Again, it goes over how to clear $500,000 or more in 2023 as a service provider online by leveraging insights we gathered from generating millions for our clients and for ourselves. My name is Serge Gatari, founder of clientacquisition.io. If you don't know me already, my goal is that by the end of this training, you'll know what it takes to build and sustain an online service business that's bringing in 50K profit every single month. And it doesn't matter if you haven't made your first 10K per month. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen much success with your current service or offer. Maybe you already have, you don't have the money to be able to work with us. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to generate appointments with prospective clients. It doesn't matter if you don't have an extensive sales experience or don't have yet your first client, or some people here maybe have been stuck at 30K per month for the last 3 years. And you're afraid of this stress that comes with scale. Most people fail at this level than we can actually fathom. I've seen so many people who get here and they literally sell out their dreams for the comfort that this level brings. So if you're on this call and you're making 20, 30K, 50K a month, and you think you've made it, like I just want you to wake up a little bit, right? Because I can tell you that 30K in Canada is like making $6,000 a month, right? You can't live in a penthouse. You can't drive the car. You can definitely not fly out anyone. So like, if you think this, I was actually looking at this, yesterday I saw this a post from Wealth, and then they said that 100 grand in New York City is the same as if you're making 36K a year. So it's like, guys, like with this inflation thing going on, like if you're not working hard and smart to increase your productivity in this on this planet, what are you doing? Right? I'm not saying get rich. I'm just saying increase your productivity, increase your throughput, and start helping more people. Okay. In fact, I will make sure that by the end of this webinar, you have access to the same frameworks, insights, and the thesis they've used, our clients have used to scale past 50K per month or more without having any clients to begin with, right? We've had clients who've literally started from scratch in the last 90 days. We've had clients who didn't know anything about their offer or know anything about how to fulfill the thing they're selling. And, after we've had people who've spent tens of thousands of dollars to invest in their business for an agency. Appointment setting and systems having 10,000, people who didn't have that. And then, people who, have been struggling to build a predictable appointment setting process, right? And here's why I'm able to make such a bold claim. Since the last $500,000 thesis to the webinar, in December, we generated our first 600K a month. We collected over $500,000 a month, which is ridiculous. For those who keep asking me, hey, Serge, what's your profit margins? What's your profit margins? oh, la, 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 la. You know, I get a lot of people. So this is like the P&L from December. We generated 622 grand in revenue, collected 465. And on collected, this was the margins. On revenue, 445 grand. Well, this is profit here. So on revenue, 424 grand in profit in a month, 267 collected profit, right? This is after my pay. This is after the team's pay. This is after some trip, some money spent to Cape Town. This is after some you know, a bunch of expenses, a bunch of stupid expenses, right? So for those who don't know, like 2 years and a half, I was making less than 2 grand a month, right? For me, when I look at this stuff, right, it's like, it's kind of like became jaded to it, but what the actual fuck, right? What the actual fuck? And for me, the reason why I do these webbies, the reason why I'm on YouTube sharing content, because I'm like, holy shit, why didn't no one show me this, right? I know you guys will see a lot of people with Lambos and with crazy homes, with crazy watches, but for me, it's like, what I really care about is, can we really play this business game properly without having to be showing off, without having to sell a bunch of bullshit stuff so we can scam people? Can we actually build a company that delivers real value, increase the constraints, and collect ridiculous amounts of money every single month, right? I'm not someone who's like, I'm not stingy with my money, so I don't really care about this money. I just care about producing. I care about being the best at what I do. And for now, I'm not the best. I'm not the best person to date. I'm not the first. May not necessarily be the most available brother. I may not be the most, the best son or the best whatever. But what I'm trying to be fucking great at is at building a company, right? That's my focus for now. And, you know, the numbers shows, right? So we've had clients go from zero to their first 6 figures per year. Others from being stuck below 10K to 20K a month to being able to scale past 50K profit per month. And others have scaled past 150 grand a month. All these clients have paid 10 to 50K and years to trying to experience these transformations, and you're about to receive them for free, which may be a bad thing for those who aren't disciplined to take action, or because you lack the commitment that comes from investing in your business, okay? A lot of the things that I'll be sharing today, I can probably say that 80% of people on this call will not do anything with it, but I don't really care about 80%. I just care about the 20% who can actually change their lives, okay? And mostly is because you guys are not paying for it, so this is just free. But you are definitely paying it with your time, so I definitely appreciate everyone for being here today, right? But please do me a favor and realize that today's call can be the thing that changes not just your life, but everyone that you love's life, okay? So value it. We have guests that have built successful agencies and consulting businesses. We have Connor, went from closing millions of dollars for high ticket businesses to starting and scaling a short form content agency past 40K a month in 90 days. He'll share how we did it, specific sales processes and fulfillment structures. We have Muhiz, who's recently scaled past his first 10K a month. We have Jiro, who's also going to be coming in. Again, he loves to be on these Webby. He loves them. He loves the clout. And he's going to be sharing his team infrastructure, right? We spent the last 90 days researching, testing, and finding the best path to scaling an online business from following the $500,000 thesis. And in today's Webby, my goal is to relate the best and fastest path to collecting cash, right? And also be okay with money. Like, I know a lot of people are, I know that sometimes I'm almost uncomfortable talking about how much money I make. But when you're on this Webby, we're talking about fucking money, right? Because you have to be comfortable with realizing that, like, you may not necessarily be, like, money is not everything. And I'm sure that you guys have probably sensed it from the way that, you know, from the emails I send, from the videos I make. Money is not everything. But until you have the money, money is everything, right? I know a lot of people get confused. They're like, oh, I had this girl I sent the email a few days ago. She was like, oh, you're not present. I'm like, girl, I can't afford to be present yet, right? If I can't afford to be present, then I can't be present. when I am in the position to afford being present, I will be present, right? But she took it as as in a sense of like, oh, I have issues. I'm probably just not cool. I have probably some trauma. I'm like, no, girl, I don't have any trauma. I just have millions to make. That's the only trauma I have, right? So things I need from you before we start, take a story of this webinar, just a screenshot, and just tag me on Instagram. If that's like the only payment I need from you guys, just shout your boy out, right? If you guys can just tag me real quick, and then let's just get started. The other thing is, if you stay till the end of the webinar, I have an insane bonus waiting for you, $60,000 worth of bonuses. If you want to access this doc that I've created for this webinar, opt into the link below and join our Telegram group. This is the link. Let me put it in the chat. Everybody should be joining here, by the way. If you don't have, Bogdan said, I have a beautiful sister for you. Oh, I probably wouldn't be the best boyfriend for your sister. So yeah. But yeah, I just put the link in the Telegram, so join, and then I'll be sharing the doc after today's training in there, okay? Get rid of your phone, get noise canceling headphones. The best thing that I would highly suggest is if you could turn off the internet in your home and building, but you need it for this webinar, so probably don't do that. Close down all the tabs on your computer, just have your notes app or a notebook, okay? And don't have it on your phone, have it on your computer. If you don't have a Mac, Jesus Christ, then you're going to need some cloud acquisition. You're going to need, I can put a setter on your company so you can afford the MacBook, but don't have distractions, right? Environment is everything. Environment is everything, okay? So let me just go over a little quick background about me. So in the last 18 months, I've built the only company that makes it unreasonable for agencies and online high-ticket service-based businesses now to scale past 50K, 100K a month. By the way, I'm getting more people using this thing, and I love it. Please keep using it, because whenever I see it on your profile, I'm like, damn, I'm actually having an impact. I love it. I'm starting to have influence, guys. I'm happy about it. I started it because after jumping from course to course and going through many programs, trying to find the right offer, the right appointment setting, to get rid of my empty calendar and to master operations so I can serve hundreds, if not thousands of clients. After going, 3 years of trying to do this, I was still stuck, struggling to make my first 10K a month. I was probably making $500 there, $300 there, right? And when I got to 30K a month, no one was there to show me the infrastructure needed to scale past that point. And most importantly, build it for me so I don't have to waste time with all the implementation. Today, we're a multiple seven-figure company, and I literally went from a 30K year job to generating 3 million in sales 24 months later, right? I've built one of the best teams in this online business space. We travel around the world, quarterly. Every quarter, we got to go drink wine and find a sunset. And it's probably one of the most beautiful things that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like when I was in Cape Town drinking wine, and just like being in the moment. Like, guys, can you guys just experience this picture here? Can you not feel loved? And I've never been as present as I was in Cape Town on the sunset drinking wine. If it would cost me 50 grand a month to experience this life forever, I'd be spending 50 grand a month to just experience it. Not get crazy cars, not do anything, not do any crazy stuff, just be able to have a sunset at the end of each day with a glass of wine and the people I love around me. It's so worth it, guys. It's so worth it. When I got there, I was like, holy shit, this life gets good, right? And that's what I would love if we could do these Webbies in Cape Town, like in person. Maybe we do it at the end of the day. Maybe we just do it more of a form of a story, right? Instead of me just being here talking on a Zoom, how about we just come sit here by the pool and we just, just start talking, right? I met a few guys, Daniel, Arlen, Oscar, who's a client, and we did a pod. You guys have probably seen it. And for those who are doing 30K a month or more, we're doing a 2-day mastermind in Spain, okay? Like I told you guys, I love experiences. So we're spending ridiculous amounts of money on this villa. We're going to be hosting a 2-day mastermind here, right? Clients and the main program and the $500,000 will be coming with us for a week. But if you're doing 30K a month or more and you want to join the mastermind for 2 days, not necessarily stay with us with everything, but you can apply with the link that I just put in the chat, so we can actually, join us for 2 days. Let's go over the 7-figure leverage consultant model, which is the model that I've used to scale client acquisition that I up past $500,000 a month while still doing implementation. Most people who do the numbers we do just sell a course and some group calls, right? Where I don't know, maybe you guys can educate me, but have you guys seen another company building implementation, selling implementation that have scaled to $500,000 or more per month? Put it in the chat if you have one. Right? The only guys who've reached the scale over that who've really scaled that big are people just selling courses, right? But I have yet to see anybody do it with implementation, right? We're probably the most underrated company out there, but somehow even with 1/20th or 1/100th of the audience of some of these leaders in this industry, we've been able to hit numbers that they have yet to hit, right? In last quarter of 2022, we did $1 million in 90 days, which was pretty good. And let me go over some client transformations. Let me check the chats. I think it's going. Sales Sniper. Yeah, okay, they're good. Agency Lab hit scale recently. Pretty sure client ascension. Cool. All right. So perfect. So client transformations. Connor Healy, who's going to be presenting. So now he's pushing a short form content and monetization offer to high ticket entrepreneurs. Before State, he was a closer and closed a few millions of dollars as a high ticket closer over the last few years. Decided he was tired of making someone else rich. I see this with a lot of closers. They're like, hey man, like I'm making this guy millions of dollars and I think I should go build my own thing, right? Not many people are able to make this transition, right? But Connor had invested so much money in sales and everything that, actually the story with Connor is that a few months, maybe 6 months ago, he wanted to close for client acquisition.io, but it ended up not working out because of his time zone. And after he learned about our product, he was like, holy shit, I actually need to get in it, right? And when we pushed out when he saw that we're seeing a lot of success with short form content agencies, it was like, hey, Serge, let me jump in and just give me any offer that works. And we helped him build this short form content agency. And 90 days later, scaled past 40K a month in recurring revenue. Okay, which is pretty good, right? Connor Butler, he's pushing a closer appointment setter placement agency for coaches and agencies. Before State, funny enough, he was also a closer for high ticket coaching company, made them millions of dollars, but wasn't getting rich himself. So he decided to join the program, wanting to start a CRO agency. But what we did is we actually pushed him towards a closer placement offer instead of CRO offer. And in the second month of running this offer, so after he built the acquisition systems, dialed in his offer, he hit 45K in less than like a month, which is crazy. And he ended up also leaving his job. I don't know if Connor is on this call, but if you are, just say hi. Perfect. So, and then another case study is from Steve, founder of buildergrowth.io. He helps builders and wood entrepreneurs and craftspeople scale their businesses, right? Before State is really simple. So what I did for this is I actually went in and actually screenshotted the answers he put in his onboarding form. And his biggest problem was have a clear offer, target, and systems. My systems are shit and my offer isn't consistent. I also struggle a bit with being consistent with putting myself out there and putting out content. I do, however, have a big podcast, and what he needed was a better offer, one to rebrand the company from Acres of Timber to Acres Growth and being a growth agency. Also need clarity on who I'm serving. I feel like the people I'm serving can't afford me and want clarity on my team structure. He rebranded his company, created a new offer on the process we couldn't afford, his higher ticket with our marketing strategies, ended his second month at 44K cash collected, right? Before joining, he was around 15K a month, around there, right? And now he's been killing it, 7.5K, 8K a day, 8K in 20 minutes sold. And yeah, Muhiz, who's going to be presenting today, founder of Webful, short form content, monetization offer. This was his current before state. The number one problem was the lack of direction for me. I got Iman's course, but outreach section wasn't that great. So I was left stranded on finding people. He also didn't stress enough how important content was, probably because he didn't need content when he started, but it's super important in this space. I've got content plans ready, but it was the lack of direction at the start and the lack of people knowing about what I deliver that is going to keep me from reaching my goal. So this was like his bottleneck, and then revenue 1K, less than 1K per month. After state currently running a short form content agency, mastered appointment setting, and recently just hit his first 10K month. Offered him white label partner position in the community because I love to support clients who are dedicated to their craft, right? If you ever do business with me, just know that I got you. You don't have to be making it billions of dollars for me to respect you. I just need you to see that you're hungry and that you're doing your best to become good. Guys, I have people who make $500,000, $1 million a month that I would never give time of day, but that I would rather be hanging out with people making 10K a month, but people are hungry and who are elevating. I love the come up. Because I just see more of myself. I'm like, holy shit, this is exactly, I would have loved to have someone like me when I was coming up, right? And now, first ever 10K a month at 19 years old, guys. 19, which is pretty good. I love it. And then August, founder of Growing, I don't know what his company is called, but he's helping everyday people become setters, right, in the Latin market, and helping coaches scale with appointment setting teams. Here was his before state, so he said that he would love to hit 50K a month. I'm currently at 10K cash collected in October, which was his best month when he joined the program. I'm not sure, but his biggest problem was he's not sure, but would say building the back end of my business, because I'm currently doing one-on-one calls with everybody and switching to one-to-many model. So I have more time to invest in creating content. I also think that learning how to create a big appointment setting team that does a lot of outreach would get me a lot of booked calls. I currently only have one setter, and we're sending 80, 90 DMs a day and averaging 1 or 2 calls per day, or sometimes less, right? And then his other concern was how to make my onboarding better, maybe replicate what Serge is doing, how to create an appointment setting team, and how to have more time and stop doing one-on-one delivery, right? Look at this. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I messaged him. I was like, hey, what has been your biggest month? 170K a month, guys. 170K a month. And I think it's like 20 something too. Like, I think it's probably 22. I don't know if August is on this call today. Yeah. People are asking me to zoom in again. Like, is it that tiny? Or is it just because some people are just blind? Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. Holy cow. Okay, so the purpose of today's webinar is still the same as from the first one. I want to show every single attendee the easiest and fastest path to clearing $500,000 profit or more by leveraging the $500,000 thesis around scaling businesses and the client acquisition infrastructure responsible for our clients' growth, as well as our growth, right? It will be perfect for you if you're struggling to find the right offer or getting an insane amount of resistance on your sales calls when you pitch your service or offer. If you're struggling to consistently hit 300 to 1,000 average per day and generating 5 to 15 interested prospects, if you're struggling to retain your clients after the first month because your fulfillment isn't generating results for your clients. So what we want to focus on today is the right offer, the right timing, because I'm going to be talking about the stuff that's working today, not 5 years ago, like people who sell Facebook ad agencies. Consistent and automated outreach, super important, and results-driven operations. This one, most people fail with, and that's why they never make any money. Their operation sucks, right? And then the goal is, how can we effortlessly scale past 50K to 100K per month as an agency or a consulting or consultancy, right? 2.0 will be primarily focused on saving you time and keep you from wasting the most important resource the one thing that you can't get back or find more of, right? A lot of people think money is important, but guys, your time is so important, right? Do everything you can to try to win your time back every time, every single time, okay? Your commitment is, I'd like you to make the commitment to yourself that you'll go broke figuring out how to win today, not tomorrow, right? I'll repeat that. I want to ask you to go broke figuring out how to win today, not tomorrow, okay? Many people settle for average success or success happening a decade from now when there are so many people out there who have figured out how to get exactly what you're chasing, right? And they're getting it today. I don't want you to be like them. Be smarter and leverage today's training to get ahead. So before I get started, I'd like to share the reason why, behind why I'm the one doing this training and making millions of dollars and not you. And I don't know, maybe we have some people making millions here, right? But I'd also like to say the reason why I'm only making millions and not billions of dollars and only have a few hundred people on here instead of selling out a stadium. It goes both ways. I may be ahead of you, but there's also millions of people ahead of me, okay? And it's because slow and steady solving the right problems for as long as you can is the true way to make success inevitable, right? Slow and steady solving the right problems for as long as you can is the true way to make success inevitable, right? And I want to ask a question, and I'd love to get some answers in the chat. Who here is still trying to solve the same problem as they were 3 years ago or 5 years ago? And by solving the same problem, I mean selling the same service, promoting the same message, investing in finding insights on how to scale the same business, consuming content around the same vertical. Can I have answers? Who here is still doing the same thing they were trying to succeed at 3 years ago? Right? The same thing. I just need to know 3 years, who's still 3 years? I just need to know, like, I need in the chat because I'm not, and if you haven't, say I haven't, right? Right? Yeah, we'll see a lot of people you will see a lot of no's, right? So the reason why I'm here today is because I have, right? I'm still selling the same service, still promoting the same message, still trying to find investing in stuff to solve for the same problem. Consuming content, trying to solve the same thing. I have not switched offers. I have not switched niches. I have not switched up, right? If you have and aren't making millions of dollars, if you haven't switched and you're still broke, leave a comment in the chat too, because then we need to help you out, right? But I think 1 year is not enough. I think 2 years is the minimum. Now, 1 year is enough for you to start making multiple six figures, but I'm saying millions of dollars, you got to stay consistent, right? I've seen some of the brightest people, smarter than I am, stuck at the same stage in their life and business because they keep starting and stopping. Start something, stop something. Every 3 to 6 months, they try something new. Every 3 months, they're stopping the thing that they started 3 or 6 months before, right? And this is by far the biggest threat to your success. If you never let your work compound over a long period of time, you'll never get to the other side. I know we learn about compounding interest and a bunch of investment stuff, right? But what most people don't talk about is the compounding effect of your work, your skill sets, and time spent doing in your field. That is by far the best thing you can compound. Most people will go and invest money in Bitcoin or in real estate and let their money compound before they let their knowledge compound and before they let the work they put in, sweat equity, compound, which for me, I don't understand. How can you be smart with your money, but dumb with your time and skill? Is it not crazy, guys? The banks have sold us, which they're pretty smart. And by the way, let's check this out. Has the bank switched up on their idea of investing and saving money? No. They're still selling the same ideology, the same process, the same message since banks have ever been created, right? Save your money, buy a home, get a mortgage. That's the American dream, right? Still the same thing. I was born in Rwanda. I came here. Now my dad is like, hey, Serge, buy a property. He's been so brainwashed into because of the bank have been consistent. And then they also, he invested. Now he's, he got a quick properties. He got a bunch of properties actually. And now he's like, oh, wow, there is money to be made in real estate. But I'm like, no, there's money to be made in my skill, right? So if we look at all these companies, right, let's look at OpenAI recent success with ChatGPT. A lot of people will be like, oh my God, they scaled to like 1 million users in less than a week or less than 5 days. But what they don't understand is that the company was founded in 2015. They're 8 years in. They're not 1 week in. They've been 8 years in, right? Amazon took 25 years to be what it is today. Apple was founded in 1976. Tesla was founded in 2003. Iman Gadzi posted his first YouTube video in 2016. A lot of people look at Iman and be like, oh my God, Iman is such a goat. That's such a goat. No. That guy has put in the work. He's put in the hours. He's put in the time. His stuff has compounded so much that he's making more money than most. Jesus Christ. He's making ridiculous amounts of money selling courses. He's the only guy who can sell a course and make that much money, right? And I give him his respect, right? Alex Hormozi started his first gym in 2011. In 2023, everybody's now praising him. But this guy has been in over a decade, right? When he's talking about offer creation and when he writes a book, that's a decade after he started his first business, right? This is not, oh, he gave away content, therefore he deserves to go viral. No, he's a decade in. Grant Cardone started selling online in the early 2000s and posted his first YouTube video in 2008. Now he's selling courses. His course business, program coaching business, is making $500,000 to $600,000 a day, right? The only common thing between all these people who have created great wealth and had a huge impact on the world is that they've been doing the same thing for a decade or longer. And most importantly, they've stuck to the same thing, the same skills, the same industry, the same products, and the same problems for the past decade or longer, right? You've been doing something for a year or a few months, not really putting in all the work. And as soon as it gets hard, or you go 1 week without booking a sales call, or as soon as you're asked to invest time and money in your business, you switch to the next shiny object. Like if this is you, yes, you deserve to be broke. You deserve it because that's broke behavior. You can't commit to anything. Right? The reason why I'm not making billions is dependent on how well I solve the problem. In order for me to be the best at solving it, I need to spend more time than anyone else ever has trying to solve the problem. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, I've spent the time, but then you haven't really became the best at solving it. So why would people allocate their money with you? They won't. So it's not just about time. It's also how deep are you going, right? And let me let you in on a secret. It doesn't matter how much sauce I drop on today's Webby. If 6 months from now or a year from now, you're doing something new. I would even, if you're not willing to go all in on something, you can even leave. Like, don't even waste your time on today's Webby, right? It's not about the thesis. It's about what you do with it and how long you do it for, right? The $500,000 thesis won't save you. Serge won't save you. I can't even save myself sometimes, How deep and how long you're willing to go will dictate how well you perform in business and in life. Not your offer, not your niche, not where you live, nothing, okay? Now, some people will be like, hey, Serge, I've been consistent and stuck to the same thing for the last decade. I'm still not where I want to be. Well, unfortunately, it's not enough to go deep and long. You also have, you have to also do more and do it better if you want to win, right? I'm sure you guys have learned about this concept of, for those who don't understand constraints and, systems, then please get on it, ask ChatGPT about it. But the concept of the weakest link is related to the theory of constraints and refers to the idea that the performance of the system is limited by its weakest link. My question for you, if you're the one who's saying like, hey, I've been doing this for 3 years, 5 years, and I'm still not making millions. Okay, perfect. Well, let me ask you the following question. have you elevated the constraints of your system? Okay. Maybe you've been stuck at 20K, 30K a month, 50K a month for the last 2-3 years. Okay. Well, but I'll try to show you guys what this looks like. This is just a screenshot I took from Google because it was going to illustrate the thing that I want to explain better. So look at this. This is what a system looks like. This is like a business. There is step one. Don't look at the hour, the unit measure. Just look at the number of units, right? So let's say 18 units come in here. You can call it as 18 prospects. And then the next stage, which is, let's say this is like lead gen. This is like, I don't know, the booking confirmation thing. This is like the closing step. And this is like the onboarding step. And this is like the delivery step, right? A lot of people, this is what happens. They'll be good with the first steps of their system, right? But then they will never elevate the constraint. So if you look at here, the weakest link is step 4, right? Which means that regardless of how good they are at step 1 or step 2 or step 3, their system will never have a bigger output than 14, right? Regardless of how much this step can handle, you'll never have a bigger throughput than 14 because that's the weakest link, right? So let's look at it from more of a business thing. So you have the offer, you have the marketing, you have the closing. Now let's look at it this way. If your offer is able to get you 10 interested prospects, or let's say you have 10 people being like, wow, that's a great offer. And then your marketing is only getting you, let's say, 3 appointments with these 10 interested people. And then you're able to close maybe 7 people. Maybe this can handle 5 units. You can onboard 5 people. It's pretty cool. Deliver for 8 people. You know, maybe get feedback from 10 people, right? So this is like the capacity of each stage. This is not necessarily what's going through. If you are running a business and this is what it looks like you're the guys that I see, oh, Serge, I have an amazing offer. I know people want it. I know people are ready for it. And maybe they're also good at sales. Maybe they're also decent at onboarding. Maybe they're also decent and they have a really decent team. Well, do you know what's funny? Is this person will never actually make any money because their marketing or their appointment setting or their appointment setting team or their paid acquisition is the weakest link. They can only get 3 people in at a time. That means that regardless of how good you are at these later stages, your system will never have more than 3 people at a time. Okay? This is what most people don't understand. This is the constraint. This is the biggest issue. You need to figure out what is the constraint of your business, and you need to figure out and solve for that first, right? So a lot of you guys here who aren't already making, because I think that you can make money if you're good with marketing and sales, right? But most people will struggle with marketing. You guys will struggle with finding the right leads, booking them on a call, and closing them. Okay. I don't think the offer is the issue. I just think it's the positioning, which also comes from marketing and volume of outreach, right? So if it's been 3 years that you've been stuck at the same stage, it's because you have a constraint in your business and you need to figure out what that is. If it's your offer, switch up the offer. If it's your appointment setting, acquisition infrastructure, switch it up. If it's because you're really shitty at sales, become good at sales before you try to spend more money on acquisition. It's pointless, right? If you're onboarding or you can't deliver results, and let's say you're making a whole bunch of money, but like when people get to this stage here, only 1 person can get results out of like 100. Like, what are you doing trying to get more clients, right? So I just wanted to make it clear about this theory of constraints and make you guys focus on figuring out where are you stuck? Where are you stuck in these steps? Okay. Solve for that first, and I promise you your life is going to get so much better. Okay. So what is the $500,000 thesis? Just a quick summary. Last year, I started seeing the market shift from the old focus of growth at all costs. If you guys watch a lot of companies, a lot of VC people, you'll know that like we're in a funny season right now where almost nobody want to just spend money and invest money like without really doing a lot of due diligence. Everybody just want to be more focused on cash flow. But we're in a stage where companies would launch a new offer and go straight to paid advertising and keep spending even if they weren't profitable, literally. A lot of SaaS companies, a lot of agencies, a lot of big tech companies, they didn't care about if they're profitable or not. They would just be like, hey, let's get at scale fast as possible, right? This old way of doing things created a red ocean of paid advertising agencies and other companies whose only skill was to spend money, right? I was part of this wave. When I quit my job in 2020, I was running an advertising agency for coaches. Last year, I saw the market shift completely to more sustainable and cost-effective growth strategies. Old focus in e-com was paid advertising and the new focus is creative and creators and audience, right? Old focus in the high-ticket B2B space was Facebook ad and a VSL funnel. Oh, that's good. Now it's like content and owned audience. Old focus was, hey, let's do retargeting ads or emails. Now we're going like, hey, let's actually leverage appointment sitters, right? We have great entrepreneurs like Hermosi who went from being able to turn $1 into $36. Now he spends most of his time creating content for YouTube and Shorts, and now has over 1 million people paying attention to him for free. He went from paying for attention to making dollars back to now owning the attention that he used to pay for, right? I'm sure you guys have seen his recent reel where he said that he spent 240 grand on the content in the last 90 days. And at an average dollar, let's say if he was to have spent it on Facebook ad at $20 CPM, which is 1,000 eyeballs, and he would have had to spend 7.5 mil to get the same reach that he got from spending this amount of money on his content team, right? And the funny thing is he could decrease significantly his content budget and still have hundreds of millions of people because he now owns the audience and the attention, right? We have other guys like Taylor Welch, who scaled traffic and funnels, sales mentor to 2 to 3 millions per month from paid acquisition, and literally gave it all up to start his new consulting model with multiple products, different low ticket products, and a few high ticket programs. So the focus now is from high ticket only to focusing on sustainability by leveraging products and programs that emphasize recurring revenue. Okay. We have Sam Ovens, the GOAT, who went from helping people become consultants and course creators, had, at some point, a team of 50 people, most of them advertisers, spending, I remember him saying that they spent even up to 100 grand a day. Now he shut down his course business. And now he's focusing on building School, his software company, right? Isn't it crazy that someone would say no to a $30 million a year business? Like, isn't that crazy? Imagine you're grinding hard. You're like, oh my God, I'm starting to make so much money. Holy shit, this is a lot of money. And then you get to a point where like you get a new data point. You're like, holy shit, I've been doing it the wrong way all my life, or all this time. The 30 million isn't the goal, right? What got you to 30 mil is not the one that's going to get you to 9 figures, right? And the reason to that is because it probably cost him 10 million just to acquire 30 million in revenue, right? To acquire the attention to make him 30 mil probably cost him 10 million. And that's before any operation, that's any expense, any tax. So to be honest, maybe from his 30 mil, he was maybe, let's say he's keeping 5 to 10 mil. Now that he owns the attention, he can literally scale School to $500,000 a month or $1 million a month with a team of 20 people, really lean as hell, and keep 90% margins while building an asset that will be eventually worth 50 or 100 million, probably more. Okay. If we look at the $500,000 thesis, you'll notice that they've gone through or are going through each step of this model of scaling businesses online, right? And that is, they figure out a way to acquire attention. Some of them paid, some of them gave away their value for free, but you're still paying, right? And some of the mechanisms they used was paid advertising, short form content or long form content, or others are just using, influencers, UGC, all that good stuff. If you're like owning a brand, and their focus was, let me acquire the user's attention. So like if you were to ask Sam Ovens, his email list is crazy big. He has a huge email list, right? And then what they did is they created their own platform. Now, as you guys are seeing here, Sam Ovens is trying to build a platform where people can build their platforms, right? And only when you actually have an audience, the users and the platform, do you start monetizing, right? So step one is generating attention, acquiring the user and the data. It could be a subscriber, it could be a lead. And then you build a platform or a community for them, and then you monetize the audience. Technology companies have mastered this model and created the most valuable companies, created trillions of dollars in valuation. And this is how they did it, right? I know a lot of people, see what Hormozi is doing and try to copy him, but it's like, what Hormozi is doing is he's not really like the first person to do it. Tech companies have been doing it for since, the beginning of time, right? They build the app, they build a platform, they build the value, and then they give it away for free, right? The social apps, they build the Facebook, they build the TikTok, they build the Twitter, and they give it away for free, right? Hormozi, what he did is he built the knowledge, and then he gave it away for free. What that does is, this is the flywheel that it creates. When you give value, when you give Google for free, when you give the $100 million book for free, this is what happens. You acquire users. You acquire people to come use Google. You acquire people to come read the book. Once they read the book, then they become a user, right? They become a consumer, right? Once they become a consumer, then you can monetize. But never, never, never monetize on the front end. Never monetize on the front end, because okay. So this is the stupid things about selling courses, right? Okay. This is by the way, this is just me saying something. I don't know if it's true, but we'll just see in time, right? I think that spending money on advertising to sell a course or to sell a service is the dumbest thing you can do. You know what you should do instead? Give the course away for free. Let that be the advertising. Let the advertising be done by the product, by the value, and then sell something after. Sell consulting, sell coaching, sell implementation to the people who have consumed the product, right? If Hormozi tried to build the brand that he has today with paid advertising, do you know how much money he would? I mean, to be honest, it would have actually never been possible with paid advertising to build what he's built, right? Because the thing is, the value does not come from the baby money you make from spending $1K to sell a $2,000 course. The value comes from, once everybody has the same belief as you, how much money can you make? You can make infinite returns, right? So if people here are selling info products, start getting your founders to give the products away for free, right? I think that's going to be, I generally think that there is going to be so much competition in this online space that advertising is going to be so expensive that like it's actually worthless to advertise, right? So by understanding the half-million thesis, you'll be able to create unreasonable offers and generate results and instant transformations that even your clients aren't thinking about. After the last webinar, we had many clients go ahead and launch offers following this thesis, and we got many wins and also learned new things, right? So insight number one is, it isn't enough to just sell attention. This is for everybody who's pushing short form content. I know it's hard to get clients. I know it's hard, because I ignore probably 20 of you guys every single day. Okay, but let me drink some water. So over the last 9 days, we've seen an insane amount of agencies offering services like short form content struggle to even acquire their first client or scale past 10K per month, because the market has already become numb to their offering services. But we also noticed a trend of specific short form content agencies scale in a ridiculously short time span. And after looking deeper into what differentiated them, we realized that the former only offer editing and distribution services, while the latter offered the build conversion mechanisms their clients' businesses. Okay, the successful offers look something like this: content editing. So you take care of the shorts, you take care of the long form, but then you also introduce something like DM setting, or maybe as a bonus, like community building, right? And a few mechanisms could be like, hey, you're doing the content, short form, distributing on all the platform, but maybe you're also helping them build stories with call to actions and driving that traffic to an opt-in where you're acquiring the users, leads, the data, right? And then maybe you help them create a webinar, value plus, conversion mechanism. And then you also introduce DM setting and follow-ups, or retargeting ads if you're into the advertising world, right? Mohiz is another client who focuses on attention generation, but also helps their clients convert attention from content. And here are his results, right? Client win, his consistently signing clients, getting leads with our audience monetization method. Going to be a banger client testimonial. So Nicole said, also new client won just now directly from a reel on LinkedIn. I don't think I've ever posted a reel on LinkedIn. I didn't even know there were the reels there, but it works to leverage the video on all platform. 1.5K paid in full, right? And then Mohiz also is closing 4.5K deals, right? So I wanted to get Mohiz to actually introduce his story and his insights. But before actually, so yesterday I was just asking him to create this presentation. And when I was inviting him to this Webby, he gave me his email. And so his company is called Webful, right? But if you look at the domain here, it says Mohiz at Webflow instead of Webful. And the reason why it says this is because he was so broke when he bought the domain that he didn't have money to buy another domain to copy, to change, to correct the actual domain. Like that's where he's coming from. So broke that you can't even, that he couldn't even change and get the right domain name, right? But Mohiz, you want to go ahead and share your screen and just rip through this part?
Yeah, man, of course.
Let's go.
All right, share my screen. Let's do it. Okay. Can you see this?
Yep.
Cool. I should probably make this bigger just in case a couple people say that they can't see it. But yeah, thanks for the intro, Serge. And yeah, it was kind of funny about that domain story. That's where I came from. Couldn't afford $10 domains. I was a freelance programmer around like 16, 17. Before all of this stuff, I didn't even know there was like a path to making like tons of money online, because my only vision was, making, being super good at programming, working for like Google or something like that. And I just didn't enjoy what I was doing at some point. Like I was making decent money, like, $300, $400 a website, but it took so much time to actually do that for them. And I was just overwhelmed. And, around 17, I think I was looking around trying to be more productive. And I came across Iman's video about like, monk mode and stuff. So got introduced into the agency game from the YouTube video, got the course, got super broke buying softwares, buying domains, and, selling offers that the market wasn't even like, considering, and couldn't even afford replacement domains. Even my website right now is custom coded because at the time I couldn't pay for high levels. So that's just to put to perspective of how much money I had at the time. So it was until I binged like, Serge's videos, I truly understood what was really possible out there, making 10, 20, 30K a month is so easy to some of these guys. And I actually tried to get into the main program at the time, and Hassan was actually the sales coach over there and sales closer. And he told me like, look, bro, you're broke. You can't afford this stuff, but here's some advice of what you can do to actually, make some money. And I think those 10 minutes that Hassan actually gave me completely changed my life, which is kind of crazy. And after that stuff, I was able to sign my first ever 2 clients, and I knew I had to get to the next level. So I jumped into the client acquisitions offer because it was so painful to not have a good offer to sell. It was even more painful not being able to actually consistently book meetings. And just seeing how genuine and down to earth Serge was, it just gave me the decision to actually make it. And, the rest has been history. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the discoveries I made. And I realized how important it was to actually have something that people actually want to buy, because it just makes your life a lot easier. And I never had a truly easier time booking meetings with this offer. And I really understood how important it was. Differentiating yourself was important, because attending all the coaching calls where I had access to Serge, he always emphasized something where people buy from other people. So you have to be different from everyone else. And this was around the time where I started taking in, everything I get from coaching calls. I just implemented it, because Serge would be like, hey, you need to hire a team. I'll hire growth specialists the next day, bring in my editors, and be like, hey, you need to add new mechanisms to your offer, differentiate yourself. Added in the approach Serge has for, booking meetings into my offer, plus some other strategies, which I'm going to share as well too. And I just transformed my content offer into an actual return on investment offer, which made it way more appealing to actually buy. So This is just a quick snapshot of how it looks. Obviously, I'm not going to show the whole thing, but essentially what it is that you actually convert all the traffic that you're getting, put that into, lead magnets where it
Can
could
you
be like,
zoom in? I think you can double click and like just click on your, I don't know. Okay, maybe we don't have, yeah, just zoom in.
let me go like that. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, basically what it is that you take all the traffic that you're getting from your videos, put call to actions in the descriptions, send them to free stuff that your coach, consultant, or whatever the person you're doing the offer for has. Send them to free things like how Serge has his 50K per month, program. Send it to them. Then what you do from there is that you actually upsell them on other things that a coach or consultant has. So if your coach or consultant has like an offer where he teaches them how to, make more money by, one-on-one coaching, upsell that to them because they've consumed their content. So they already trust and like them. So the barrier to move towards actually working with them is so minimal. So that's how you can actually help them get book calls and also build a loyal community of people that actually want to get this stuff, essentially. So what you can do from there is also in the lead magnet itself, it's also going to have its upsells, similar to our 50K per month program has its upsells. And then you put them on to different things. Boom, you book calls. Same thing. You can do the same thing with a webinar as well. Get the traffic, convert it to landing page, book, get them to land in there, lead nurture them into groups, even give them access to the lead magnet itself. Boom, boom, boom. You've got yourself a system that is completely reliant on organic and free traffic. And the reason why it works super well is because on the front end, you're optimizing for getting the users. Like you're not spending time, telling them, hey, buy my thing, buy my thing, buy my thing. It's 2,000, it's so cheap. Like you're getting them like, hey, this is a free thing. I think this can help you. They consume it and they're like, wow, this person is amazing. I want to work with them essentially. So that's kind of the mechanisms actually add. Obviously, there's a couple more, but those are the things that I just add to my offer. And I walk my clients through this every single time I'm on sales calls to just put into perspective of how this can help them. And all the time they love it essentially. And obviously I add new angles when I'm outreaching because that's obviously going to make myself differentiate myself. And when Serge says stay on email retention, of course, we're going to stay on email retention, of course. But yeah, I'm going to talk about the result of, what happened when I just first joined. So first month before I joined, this is about 2,000, I think, in dollars, but it was 1.7 thousand pounds. And where I am now in the first 2 months of this year alone, so 2023, I was able to collect 13,000 pounds, which is about close to $6,000, $16,000, which is insane, to be honest. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about, what were you going to say, Serge?
Oh yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, when I look back, I was like, holy shit, that's insane. And so thanks to this program. So my best acquisition system when it comes to getting meetings, I'm just going to share it. Best thing for me was actually Facebook, but this approach that I'm giving you right now can work on pretty much any channel. It can work for Instagram, can work for LinkedIn, even email as well too. And it's all about finding inefficiencies, providing value on those inefficiencies, and then segue into book a call. Because a lot of the time when you guys are sending out your cold DMs, you just care so much about yourself, you don't even care about the person you're sending a DM to in the first place. Because the way you do this is that you start off the conversation with context on why you message. So the first thing you do, actually spend the 1 to 2 minutes to look at a profile first, and then find something in there to start a conversation. You might have noticed that they've been posting, and then sometimes they had like a dip. Mention that in the message. So you find that inefficiency, then start a conversation. Then you educate them on the approach that you have, so your offer, and then give them the option to actually book a call. So I'm going to give you a little opener message here. You can copy and paste this, whatever, but it's completely fine. But what you need to do here is that, hey, name, I saw that you were making reels about XYZ. So this can be for anyone, but remember, you have to make this personalized. But there was a dip in your consistency around XYZ time. So it looks like you actually looked at the profile, found something, and then you messaged them about it. Has being consistent with reels just been a time thing, or has this been something else? And if your offer has different verticals, so if it helps them with appointment setting, or if it helps them with building communities, you can mention that stuff. You can be like, hey, I noticed you haven't been having call to actions doing XYZ. Do you know how this can help you? You want to present your offers like the solution to something that is clear that they're not doing. And a lot of you you don't want to do that anymore because you just want to be sending the same message every single time. And you're wondering why people aren't opening it, even though you have a good offer. So the formula for this, and Haisam really helped me perfect this super well. Create some context, present an inefficiency, and then ask a question to segue into a call. If you do this on a consistent basis, number one, you're going to be so different from everyone else. And number two, you're actually going to have people who jump on a call because they genuinely liked what you gave them. You actually gave them value. So it even makes your sales calls easier, guys. And if you have this, plus the consistency of a virtual system, which Serge provides as well too, like done for you, sending personalized messages out every single day without your input, that's the type of stuff that creates 16K in revenue. And just a little extra tip that Hassam really likes to stress out is that a really hyper optimized profile should be illegal, because it actually works so well. Because when people see your message, you would think that they'll respond to you instantly, but the first thing they do is they actually check out your profile before they even respond. Because you would think that, oh, these big guys, you know, Serge doesn't check his DMs, but he checks his DMs, he checks the profile before he responds to anyone. So when you send something like, hey, I can help you with short form content, and Serge checks your profile and you don't even have any shorts, how do you expect to make any sort of money? So really have an optimized profile. When people check, make them know that, oh, wow, this guy is doing this shit. Like, I've had people message me back and they were like, you know, I haven't been doing this, but it seems like it's been working out well for you, because they checked my profile out and they saw I'm making content. And if they get that sort of message from you and they click your profile and they see you being consistently making bangers and you have social proof, it wouldn't make sense for you to not make any money, because you're literally making yourself as an authority. So let's teach you some value there, some free source. Copy and paste this, try out, don't really care, but it's just important to just make this really personalized in order to stand out. And, you know, how confident do I feel to scale now that I'm in this thing? Because with the community, I have, you know, access to killers like Jerome or Connor, who are going to present like crazy value better than this, to be honest. Is that there's so much implementation and community and knowledge at my disposal right now. There's no reason why I can't scale this to like 50K, which was my initial thought. But now that I've tasted the success I've tasted right now, why am I settling for 50K? Like 100K is the goal right now. Like Serge says, it's, you know, you stop making baby money. And there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do that, because I've been able to hit this. And what makes me confident to say this is because my offer and the insights I have is different. And surprise, surprise, this is something that Serge stresses every single day on coaching calls, like all the time. You can't be taught to be yourself. Serve can't tell you how to be you, because you have to make the content yourself. You have to add new mechanisms into your offer. You have to try and test new angles to your offer. And you could try to do all those things, or you could be in a community of experts like, you know, Jerome, Serge, Connor, Haisam, all of these people, where they give you step-by-step stuff on literally every single thing you need to do, because everyone's interest is aligned. They want to make you money because they make more money that way as well too. And I just want to let you know that this shit is possible, because making $11,000 actually, when you convert it to pounds, it's $11,000 and 19, just, you know, gave me the belief I can do everything right now. And obviously, I'm not going to say it's by myself. I do have my COO, Dean, who should be on this call as well too. Killers helping me out with operations and everything. And the system is proven, like the stuff, the $500,000 thesis, everything is completely proven. All I did is just showed up every single call I'm there, did the work, invested into people who've done the work harder and before me. And I still embrace that I'm a kid, because, you know, that's not really that impressive compared to everything else. But I've made the choice to work with people who've been on the path that I'm trying to walk down right now. And if you're not making serious money right now, you really need to accept the fact that you just have to listen, implement from people who've done this stuff before you, because at the end of the day, the choice is yours to be successful. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you so much for having me here, Serge. And
Thank you, man. Yeah, one thing that he just mentioned is, or that Haisam mentioned, is like optimized profile should be illegal. And I can't tell you how many people don't understand this. Like how many people. So to just try to, you know, make it clear for everyone. So imagine you see this girl walking down the street, right? And you really like her. She's beautiful. She's amazing. But then you're driving a Mazda, okay? And then you try to approach her. What's the response rate going to be like?
You tell me.
I mean, you might as well just keep driving. Just keep driving. Just like, you know, maybe sell the car, you know, so that at least you're by foot and then you guys meet while you're walking. So at least she can't really judge you. But what if you pull up in a McLaren, right? In a car that she doesn't even know what brand it is. And then you say, hey, How are you? I think you're beautiful. It's like, even if you're the ugliest person on the planet, and you don't even have to be her type. But I promise you, if you're driving a $250,000 car, you're her type. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that you need to go buy a car and whatever, but I'm just saying that you need to understand that people judge you from the first thing they see. So if I get so many, guys, I could show you my DMs on Instagram. I get people pitching me offers for content, and they have a private profile with 0 content. Why would I ever answer your DM? It doesn't make any sense, right? So everybody here got to understand, if you want to sell something, be the thing you're selling. Be and portray the thing you're selling. If you're, and that's why, guys, like, you know, in the next upcoming months, like you guys will see me rebranding a lot, you know, just getting more stuff, material in this material world, because I know people, if I was living in this villa, if I was living and driving crazy Porsches, this webinar would probably have 3,000 people instead of 300. I would not change the things I'm saying, nothing. But if I just change the way that I look and I come into this world and the branding, we could even get 30,000 people on this webinar. It's super important to have an optimized profile. Okay. Connor, you want to go ahead and just present your thing, and then we'll go to Jirov, and then Jirov, you can present your team structure. Okay. But guys,
Yeah.
optimize your profile. Get the Porsche get the R8, get the penthouse, get whatever it is, but for your service, get it. And make sure your content is fire. No, your profile, the thing you're using for outreach needs to be top tier. Cool.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that point. Look, when I started the short form content agency, kind of when I went balls deep, I went and recorded 100 pieces of short form content when I first started, like in my first 2 weeks, because I knew how important that was for outbound prospecting. But just in general, like, if you're going to be congruent and in what you're doing, like you have to go all in. And that's something that I personally did as well. But long story short, guys, in this short little segment, because I'm going to be talking about sales a little bit later on, just wanted to talk about offers just briefly. So look, I've started many agencies in the past many years ago when it was very easy, right? Real estate agents, restaurants, gyms, chiropractors, pretty much the whole lot. Been there and done that. But the one major key that I've learned is that making it unreasonable for your clients to win is the key to having an edge in today's market, right? You can offer just leads, but that won't get you very far. And ultimately, the key path to money printing is one that helps your clients themselves print loads of money, right? So that's being ROI offers. What's the fastest path to ROI that you can give to your clients that's going to be irrefutable for them to say no, right? I want to elaborate a little bit further on this point by taking a look at my offer. Now, like, the image might be a little bit small, but I'll kind of explain to you as I go. But long story short, this is my offer, right, that I have right now, which is short form content done for you with consulting around monetization on the back end, right? So it's really broken down into a couple pillars, and break it down. So probably done for you is about 30% of it, I'd say.
Quick question, Connor.
So,
do you have the Lucy
yeah.
chart? Because the picture is really not clear.
Let me go ahead and share my screen in a second. I'm going to pull it up real quick in another screen, just so we can see it. But long story short, guys, what I'm doing is 30%, 35%, 40% done for you. But the rest is consulting, right? More consulting around how that person's going to make more money. So let me just go ahead and share my screen again, and we'll pull it up and go through a little bit more in depth. All right, so can everybody see that?
Yeah, zoom in on the actual part, each segment, I guess. Yep, that's
perfect. Yeah, cool. So the first part of where I start with every client is actually help them make monetizable ROI within the first 7 days, thereabouts. So, for example, one of my clients is we have a rotation of about 7 or so strategies we have inside the business to where we can help the client get ROI within about 24 to 48 hours to about 7 days. Now, this is getting more leads from the email list. This is getting more leads from their current following. This is getting more leads or more sales from what they've built already, right? And what this does is instantly when someone comes in, they're getting that instant ROI pretty much instantaneously. Like I've had a client that I believe he booked 18 sales calls in about 72 hours of doing some of these strategies. So what that does is it's really good for onboarding plus retention in the future as well, and increases referrals, which is huge. Then obviously the second component is the done for you element, which we talk about the short form content, doing script writing for clients, helping them set up their studio, editing the content, helping with distribution, all to the point where, in essence, they're only really spending about 2 to 3 hours per month on actual content distribution and production creation every single month. So it's basically getting them a huge amount of free attention without them really even trying to do so. And then on the back end, we have these 4 pieces here, right? So we consult on all of this, right? We don't do this for them, right? And I'll talk about how you can leverage your time and your skill and your knowledge without having to cut down on your margins, because initially when you're getting started out, you're not going to be able to hire somebody to help you with this type of stuff, right? And so that's why specifically gaining this knowledge wherever you can find it, or if you have it currently already, utilize it in your current offer. And I'll talk about that a little bit here in a minute. But the other 2 pieces that I do is I might help them create a Facebook group or a Discord group, or like Serge mentioned before, help them get more leads from what they currently already have, whether that's the Instagram profile, the current audience, whatever that might be. And then I also utilize my sales experience to help them sell more. If they want to create a sales team, if they want to sell more, they're going to help sell. They're going to be able to sell more with me, long story short. And I'm going to be able to cover anything that they need. Paired with that as well, I also have finance partners and options to where they can ultimately get more cash collected up front, which that's pretty much the whole offer condensed down in a nutshell, right? So there's a lot there and a lot to kind of digest. But really what I'm trying to communicate to everyone here is it's all about the monetization in the back end. It's huge, absolutely huge. If I can basically make it irrefutable for my client to get an ROI, that's where the value comes in. So that's pretty much the offer in a nutshell. So like I was talking about before, instead of cutting down my margins and hiring people with money that I didn't have, I leverage my time and knowledge to add more value to my clients. You guys really have to think about it. Whether or not you run an email service, whether or not you do cold, or appointment setting, whatever service that you run, more than likely you have conversion mechanisms that you can bolt on the back end of it to make the experience more valuable for your client or your customer. So you can ultimately earn them more money while earning you more money because you get a shitload of referrals from it as well, right? For my clients specifically, they have the scripts written out for them. It takes 2 to 3 hours per month to shoot all their content and post daily. In a nutshell, they get more attention, more leads, more sales, higher cash collected. Now, compared to my competitors in the short form content industry, as you all know, if they're all just producing content and I can instead do all these here, there's no way that I can lose. This puts me miles ahead of my competitors for value, prices, and results. And yeah, there's a reason why a lot of people can't compete with me at that level, because they don't have the skills, nor have they don't have the skills and knowledge, nor do they have the ability to hire them out to a subject matter expert, right? If I'm very good at sales, I can do that. That's a skill that I can leverage. Not a lot of other agencies out there are very good at sales because they don't have that background. So you have to find your edge. You have to find what you're good at. What can you have the edge over other agency owners in the space that do the same thing as you? So when it comes to offers, I'd really like everyone here now to think, even if you are starting new, if you're a current existing agency, what are the current skills you have? What can you leverage, or what can you learn to have the extra edge to make your offer invaluable to your customers, to your clients, this is truly when you're going to create some magic, guys. And that's basically how you can spawn money out of thin air and steamroll your competitors, just like I did. That's pretty much it, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things that if you are, I think that just from experience, the people who have scaled the fastest in our community are people who had specific skills in different areas, not necessarily even in the specific offer that they have, but most specifically in other fields. So maybe they're really good with paid acquisition, maybe they're really good at closing, maybe they're good at appointment setting, right? If you have those foundational skills, regardless of the offer that you jump on, you're going to make money. Now, the issue is a lot of people have no fucking skills. This is really bad. A lot of people don't have the skills. So a lot of you guys, and this is, we have 300 people right here. And I know that not many people here are actually making a lot of money. And the reason to that is you've built this tower on a foundation of sand. You have no foundation. You're not structurally strong, right? It's like finding this guy who's done bench presses all his life and he has crazy biceps, but you ask him to squat. He's not gonna squat for shit. You know, he's gonna break his legs. You guys are trying to build a 100K a month business, maybe even a 10K a month business, and you don't even have the 5K a month scale yet, right? So sometimes maybe you don't necessarily have to start a business. Just start delivering value using your time. Build up the skill, then go hire it out. Go hire. It's like I know the people. I know I'll actually be going through this when I go over fulfillment. It's like, at a certain level, it's actually better to hire the skill that you don't have. But when you're starting out, you can't do that. You can't. Learn the skill, the basic appointment setting, sales, and have a good understanding around constraints and systems. And then let's scale the thing to the moon, right? Jiro, if you want to present your team infrastructure, and then I'll go over my thing after.
Yep, for sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. Hope everyone's doing well, and great to see Mahiz and also Connor absolutely smashing it. So I'm gonna briefly go through fulfillment because you may, try and get as many clients as you can, which is fantastic. However, if you cannot fulfill, your churn rate is going to be incredibly high, and there's no point in doing it in the first place, right? So longevity is the key. Now, this is just an overall view, and since people are moving away from just editing services, now adding conversion mechanisms, monetization, community building, what I recommend is really thinking about the different pillars within your company, and all the way from onboarding, content fulfillment, content creation, community fulfillment, and community content creation itself as well. Because if you think about it, it's like having two clients in one, because you have to put out exclusive content and also the free content. So definitely, I do recommend thinking about it. Now, this itself is, as you can see, the actual team. So these are just the initials of my team members. So all the way from editing, visual branding, which includes carousels and things of that nature, and then the actual marketing, because it does take a lot of innovation. You can't just cut up a piece of content. You can't just put out an edit. You might have the craziest edit in the world, but if your substance, if the value is not there, it's not going to convert. So even when Serge had crazy edits, he was getting a lot of attention. He had people that aligned with his vision, the values that he shared, and that's what allowed him to have a butterfly effect and pretty much get more customers through the door, because what he gave was actionable value and steps. So when you're doing this for yourself, when growing your own personal brand, and also for when you are implementing it for your clients, I really do recommend that you focus on the actual content. And it does require an actual team when you get to a stage where you want to focus on retention. Now, this is probably where I do recommend you guys take a screenshot, because this is an overview of how much goes into it. It's not just an editing. You're not a commodity agency. If you really want to set yourself apart, there's 327 agencies owners on this call right now, and if you think about it, there are tens, thousands, hundreds of people that are launching new short form content agencies every day. So you guys have already taken the first step in, you know, becoming that 1% agency. And as Serge said at the beginning of this call, it's becoming even more competitive, and you really need to separate yourself. So I'm just going to quickly go through each one. So when you onboard a client, make sure it's as smooth as possible. You set the expectations from day one, and make sure that it's very clear and transparent between you and your client. This is because you don't want to be waiting around for content from your client, and they may feel like you're not giving them the right support. So you really need to be on it. And then with content fulfillment itself, so all the way from when someone records the content, they upload it. I'm sure other people here in the program or outside of the program have it where it automatically has a sequence where it goes into the Google Drives, and it sets automations to trigger to assign the tasks to your editors, so you have good turnaround times. So market research, you have to look at the actual competitors in your client's niche, making sure that the content you're putting out will also be able to tap into those other winning audiences. And then all the way from short form, long form, and like actual carousels, because some people are visual learners, some people prefer just swiping through slideshows like Twitter threads, and some people really like the lifestyle, like Serge said. So you need to be able to cater towards different segments within your audience, because there's not just one ideal client avatar, there's at least 3. So you need to have those covered. And then branding, you want to make sure that that's unlocked, because that will make you provide a clear service for your client and make them recognizable in their space. Because if you make them very well known, pretty much a quote unquote celebrity in their space, they'll be able to have a lot of inbound leads. And once you have the actual monetization and converting mechanisms in place, like Mahiz and Connor went through, you'll make your actual team's efforts a lot more effective. Now, the final section is the community fulfillment. Now, this is where, if you really want to focus on longevity, building and getting a ton of referrals from your clients, which I'm happy to say that I don't really focus on outbound prospecting. I've already tapped into a very good clientele right now, where like 3 of them have been on Grant Cardone's 10X conferences, and they're friends with him, and just like really cool people. Like I don't even ask for referrals, I just get given them. So I really do focus on client fulfillment, and this is a beast, right? Because if you can take a percentage of your client's community, then you won't have to get, 30 clients. You can probably work with 5 to 10 clients, take around 10%, profit share each, like clean profit, so that you give them that peace of mind that you're also incentivized to get them the best results. You're giving them your undivided attention. They're going to be a lot happy to refer and just continue working with you. So obviously this includes having DM setters, having an actual strategy like building out email marketing, getting a lot of attention, and then converting that, because you need to be owning the audience. And then I would also recommend to take a screenshot of this. This is probably what you could start working towards building. And just because you're on, let's say 0 to 5K a month, I would recommend you start just looking for this talent to fill in these spots. So obviously you are running it. Then I highly recommend having a general manager. Luckily, mine is an executive creative director as well, and he manages pretty much everything, like making sure everyone's good with what they're doing, making sure it's being done. And this has allowed me, because I'm not sure if you guys follow me on my socials, but very recently at the beginning of March, my grandmother passed away, and it was very, very tough. So I had to take 2 weeks off of work, And from those 2 weeks, I managed to continue scaling the business, and my clients are happier than ever before. And like they're happy that I'm back, but it's like I never left because I had my general manager and executive creative director holding things down. And that's crazy. Like it just hit me. I didn't realize that I was at a stage where I didn't need to do anything. And like everyone knew what they were doing. Fulfillment was taken care of. And my whole team, I do recommend when you hire people, always sell your vision. Always sell the direction that you're headed in. Because if they don't know what direction you're headed in, and you're a leader that cannot lead a team to the promised land, which is financial freedom for the rest of your team and like just making sure that they're eating good. If you're not focusing on getting your team rich, then it's going to be very hard for you to also get rich. So since that has always been my focus from day one, I'm pretty much, nurturing leaders. So short form creative director, they have 2 editors below, and everyone on the team has the opportunity to progress. You always have to provide that whenever you interview or hire anyone, because then that makes them want to work for you and feel as if they're very valued and have a lot of growth with the company. So same thing with the long form creative director. And then for the operations and monetization manager, this is one thing that I really have been focusing on lately, because I've already pretty much got the content unlocked. Now I'm really trying to focus on making my clients as much money as possible and building a cult-like following. So whenever you're doing outreach, you're making content for yourself, trying to attract clients and trying to scale your current clients. The 3 things that I would focus on is number 1, getting attention. Number 2, getting a cult-like following, like Serge has right now, and Iman Gaji and Sam Ovens. And then number 3, focus on retention, right? Acquisition is amazing, but if you can't retain clients, you won't have monthly recurring revenue and you won't be able to feed your team or your family. So just to summarize, being able to, systemize your team and make the right hires, like this is just a rough overview because I can't really speak too long, will really allow you to have freedom. And now my main focus is to make content and keep scaling my brand, because I'm at a stage now where I'm comfortable, but I don't want to be comfortable. So, yep, thanks for coming to this. And I hope you found this useful. If you have any questions, feel free to DM me.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Someone mentioned something that I don't know. I saw a chat I saw a comment on Jirov. Like a few months ago or last year, Jirov was broke, and now he's just living life with a team, with an operations. Is now a king at ops. I'm like, holy, and it's crazy. Jirov, how do you feel? How does it feel? Because I know your grandma just passed, which is crazy. My condolences, but isn't it great that at least she passed, and at least you got to win before she passed?
Yeah, I wanted to speak for like 2 minutes actually, if that's cool, because
Yeah,
I was really close with my grandmother, and I went to the funeral, and bro, the church was filled. And bear in mind, like I'm in Manila right now, and I find it crazy how this time last year I was cleaning kitchens and taking out trash, and now I'm in like I didn't tell you actually, Serge. I'm in I got an apartment.
You're still in the Philippines?
Yeah, I got a condominium here. It's the 4th tallest building in the Philippines. I've got pool, I've got sauna, meditation room, everything. Like it's sick. I'm just trying to work on myself.
Sick.
But anyways, my grandma's funeral, there were people there. There were like 200 people there. And even me, my mom, and my actual immediate family did not know who those people were, but they were impacted by my grandma's life. Now, the lesson I learned from that funeral just the life of my grandma is she impacted so many people's lives. Like me and my family have been able to, receive a lot of support from people just because my grandmother, and that's pretty much the power of personal branding. And it's crazy, but if you apply it into business, like you're not going to go into business with someone that you don't trust. And the fact that my grandmother impacted so many people's lives, like in a in-person way. Like there was no online. She was born during the World War. Like imagine like now, like I have to carry on that legacy, you know. It would be rude of me not to.
Yeah.
And I suggest everyone takes that principle of just putting value out into the world, and it's gonna pass on for generations to come. So it feels great, and I actually can't believe that, you know, I mean, you saw me, Serge, you've seen it, and it's been like not even a year still.
Yeah, it's
So,
crazy.
yeah,
Crazy
I
what's
appreciate
possible.
it a lot, and I wouldn't have been able to support my family during these times as well if it wasn't for the program and, you know, the confidence you've instilled in me. And yeah, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. It means a lot.
Yeah, I told you, you know, you need to stop being a brokey, bro. Like I told you.
Yeah.
Told you. I was like, come on, bro. Like if this time next year, because you know we met first time when I was in London, and you know you told me like, hey, I only have $300 in my bank account. I was like, holy shit, so you gotta fix that, right?
Yeah.
And now you're getting condos in the Philippines, taking care of your family. You know, like respect, like great job, man. Like I know many people don't. I'm not, you know. You may not necessarily be making millions and millions of dollars, but like you're now in a position where you can actually help people. And for me, like I commend that. Like, you know, great job on following through, because not everybody does. Everybody just ends up quitting because it's hard. It's not easy. You know, most people don't see the work that you've had to put in to find the team, to find the talent, to invest, to pay them well. You know, it takes courage. So, you know,
Appreciate that.
congrats, you deserve it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, cool. Let's get back to it. So, now, as you guys have seen, just selling attention is not really enough. You kind of like gotta almost like innovate and make the offer a no-brainer, right? Just like, you know, people who used to sell Facebook ad, can't really just go around being like, hey, we do Facebook advertising. You actually got to sell either the revenue, the outcome that comes from it. So if you're running a short form content agency and you don't have an outcome-based offer, like just go get a job. Come work for me. I'll hire you. Come work for anybody else, but just become a growth specialist, become something. If your offer is not outcome-based, stop it, right? But let's look at how this shows up for paid media offers, because funny enough, this also applied to paid media because it's also an attention offer, right? So post-click services are becoming more important than ever. We've noticed a spike, and by the way, this came from Haisam, who's our our head of success. So he noticed and he brought it up to me that there is a spike in response rate during outreach when we position offers for brands as an offer or mechanism that also improves the metrics post-click. For those who don't know what post-click is the ad goal is to get people to click. But what happens after they click the ad on the ad and they go to on the landing page, that's everything that happens after that is post-click, okay? Just like the content offer, it's not just enough to know how to spend money to generate attention for brands. You need to become a master at or hire specialist for services like email marketing, SMS, CRO, etc. This will give you an edge and make you stand out from all the pitches that these brand owners get daily. Super important. Super important. I don't even care if you're pushing TikTok. If you're pushing TikTok and you're not also helping them with post-click metrics, you're going to struggle, okay? Now, this, I added it yesterday, but I think it's going to be really cool, okay? So check this offer out. This is just a little bonus thing that I wanted to add. As you guys know, last year, we had crazy case studies, right? We had Amar go from 0 to 60K a month with TikTok and UGC for brands. We had Francesco 0 to 30K. We had so many clients. I think we had like 5, 6, 7 clients that all scale past 50K per month, right? And they were all using TikTok, short form, and then for brands, right? But check this out. And I'd love if someone on this call can actually go and prove this offer. You leverage creators. You leverage short form content. It could be created by these creators, so user-generated content, and paid ads for local businesses. Okay? Look at this. The problem that this service solves is you won't see many local businesses shooting content. They're not doing it themselves. And the issue with not shooting content in this era is that you can't build a loyal audience or following if you're not giving them something to pay attention to or giving them some form of value. And then the next thing is they don't have a big advertising budget, right? But the beautiful thing is most micro creators, micro influencers already have the audience. They don't have enough engagement. Why? Because I don't know. I've never really done advertising for local businesses like restaurants or whatever. But if you post an ad like, hey, come get this pizza for free, if you become a lead, like, why would I engage with that ad? There's nothing, right? But if you were to put a face to the company, now people have a reason to engage because they're not engaging with pizza. They're engaging with an actual human, right? This offer has already been validated in an e-commerce niche. Brands will spend millions, if not billions of dollars every single year, leveraging micro influencers or, full-blown famous people and their likelihood to reach more people and sell more products, right? But if LeBron James is being paid by Nike hundreds of millions of dollars, why wouldn't the bagel spot that I go buy bagels from not pay me to make a little story every single day I go there? And maybe you use that story to run an ad to people in the 25-mile radius near my home to go get the bagels. I swear to God, if I started a bagel company or a shop or a coffee shop, I could probably scale it to $1 million a year in the next 90 days. Like, that's how impactful having a little micro audience is important, right? The same reason why people buy Nike because of LeBron, because of some athletes, people will buy the bagel because Serge ate the bagel or eats the bagel. If I start getting penthouses and Porsches, people will probably want to aspire to drive Porsches and live in a penthouse. That's how things work. We're mimetic creatures. We like to mimic other people's lives, right? We mimic everything. A lot of you guys think that, oh, I have this purpose of making a lot of money. No. Or, hey, I have this purpose of traveling. Or, hey, I have this purpose, this goal of mine to drive really nice cars. Or I have this goal of mine to, get this villa in the city. No, you want that because someone else wants it. You were not born with the goal to drive 600 horsepower cars. I didn't. But because the people I look up to do the thing, I also want to do the thing too, right? So I think that this offer, it could be really good, right? So check this out. As I was writing this, I was like, okay, let me go on TikTok and try to find like a creator just to show an example. I swear to God, I did not even look up the name. I did not go and search. I was just scrolling through my TikTok and this guy popped up. He has a bald head, right? Nico, if I was trying to push this offer, I'd be like, hey, Nico, I have 25 restaurants ready to pay you. Or, hey, Nico, is it cool if I put you on a retainer every month? And then you go into these 20 restaurants this month and you just shoot a content. They're going to give you free food. And then I'm going to use this ad to run in the current audience, in the current city. And then I'm going to get leads and then I'm going to book them on a call for the restaurant, right? So steps to getting started with this offer. And by the way, this just popped up. So TikTok is so good that they knew what I was building for the Webby and they gave me the thing even because this is so funny. I went on TikTok. I was just scrolling through, just listening to some good music. And then this guy popped up while I was writing this. I didn't even, it's like, it's so good. They're so good. TikTok is so good. Wow. Right? So check this out. Steps to getting started. Open up TikTok and search for food reviews. And this is just if you're like doing, if you want to target restaurants, you can target car, repair shops. It doesn't matter, right? And then you want to do is DM the creators doing reviews on their Instagram. Do not DM them on TikTok, okay? Ask them about their fees and let them know you have 10 to 20 restaurants in specific niche willing to pay him or her for content, or just say you're willing to pay them every month. You could even ask them to use their existing short videos. Then what you want to do is on the other side, you're also doing outreach, acquisition, cold calling, the businesses that you want to help. You offer value up front, meaning you create a VSL, maybe with a Lucid chart, and then you show them how you can scale their brand, scale their leads every single week, and pitch a sales call after. Okay. Then once you're done, find an editor, or you can build the same thing that Jiro showed. And what you want to do is offer content for their page, add creatives and lead generation for 3 to 5K a month or more. If you're a G, right? If you close like a god, then yeah, you can charge more. And this is not including ad spend. And ad spend for local businesses, it doesn't have to be that high. 1K, 2K is enough. What you want to do is acquire, one second. Acquire 10 to 30 companies and start earning 30K to 100K or more per month in the next 6 months. This is how easy it is to make money, right? The beautiful thing about this offer, though, which is completely different from traditional offers, is for local businesses, is you don't need to be local. The creator does. You don't need crazy editing skills. The creator is probably already a master at what goes viral, right? The offer is a no-brainer. If the local business now is a following, they can eventually stop or reduce spending money on marketing because they now, guess what? They own the audience. Anytime that restaurant want to get fully booked on Saturday, they're going to be like, hey guys, we're doing a little thing, or hey, we have this guest, come through. Boom. They book, they have it fully booked, right? The number one scale, the number one skill and asset you need is owning a pool of creators. So for this one, you're going to need to build a system for hiring. And then you need to have a pool of creators in every state. If you're targeting the US, if you're in Montreal, then find a creator in Montreal and Quebec and Toronto, whatever, right? If you're in the Europe, do that. You'll need a hiring system, an onboarding process that helps you vet and retain great talent. Maybe you start helping them make more money or getting paid more for their videos. You can even start a little free course for these creators that do reviews for companies, and just lead with value. Create a Facebook group and maybe content with like, hey, this is how you can do food reviews and get to 10K a month just by doing food reviews for free, right? And then everybody who will be interested in being like a user-generated content creator, well, they're going to join this group, get the value, but then you'll be like, hey, what state are you in the onboarding form? And then you can go do outreach in every state that these people are in, or cities, and be like, hey, I have a creator in your city who has 20,000 followers and they create content in your city. Is it cool if we come and build your content thing and then run ads to this thing so we can sell out your restaurant or your car wash business or whatever, right? Is this good? If you can put it in the chat, was this helpful, this offer, for people who are a bit confused? Or who are, when TikTok is banned, there will be replacement. Okay, so check this out. Who cares about TikTok? This is not about TikTok whatsoever. This is about shorts. And when I say shorts, I mean reels, I mean YouTube shorts, I mean Facebook reels. It doesn't matter. Who cares about TikTok, guys? Like, nobody cares about, I don't use TikTok, right? The thing I want you guys to understand is that it's the form of content. It's not the platform that matters, right? Which is super important. You can take this video, put it on Instagram, run it as an ad, and you can blow up this restaurant. I could spend $500 on this video and I can literally get 50 to 100 leads, people wanting to book this restaurant this Sunday, right? Don't worry about TikTok. Don't worry about anything. Okay. That's it. The next thing I wanted to also cover is super important, is only sell to people who have already been sold a desire, right? Many of you are still broke because you're trying to sell a desire and a solution. I'll repeat this. Many of you are broke because you're trying to sell a desire and a solution. Never sell the desire. What I mean by that is, stop trying to be the guy. Like, don't try to be Jesus. You are not Jesus. Okay? Only sell the believers. Okay? Like, I know Augustine said, I'm a pastor in this webinar, right? I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to do. I don't want to be Jesus, right? I just want to sell to people who've read the Bible, okay? Because now I don't have to fight against their beliefs. They already have the beliefs, right? Only focus on selling the solution to people who already have the desire. This applies to all offers, TikTok offers, appointment setting offers, short form content offers. I see so many people who are never gonna get a client for short form content because they're selling to someone who doesn't even have a profile picture. Like, are you serious? Like, you think that person who has a private profile or who has no profile, like no profile whatsoever, let's say you do cold email, like, what are you doing? Go sell to people who are already putting out content. If you want to sell appointment setting offers, go sell to people who are already running businesses. If you are selling TikTok thing, go sell to people who are already spending money on TikTok, right? Just sell the people who have already, you know, if someone is like here, so this is it. This is the journey that we all go through. We're here and someone sells us on this desire. Like, hey, come in, I'll help you acquire this. Well, the truth is the product that they'll sell will never actually bridge this gap. What they'll do is they'll just get me closer to the thing, but never to the thing, okay? What I want you guys to become is I want you to become masters at bridging the second gap that's left, which is here, okay? Do not try to bridge this gap. This 850K revenue, don't do that, never. But I want you to bridge this new gap. It's gonna be so easy to sell this person because this guy has already spent money, is already desiring of the outcome, and all you have to do is just build an amazing service where you can fulfill, and you're gonna start making it rain. This works for real estate niche, coaches and consultants, agencies, restaurants. Like if I wanted to sell this restaurant offer or this local business offer, I would actually find restaurants. I would find restaurants that these guys are doing reviews on, and I would sell back to them, right? So that's something that's super important, right? And then insight number 2 is conversion mechanisms like appointment setting are enough. Mastering the skill of creating sales assets is crucial for anyone offering conversion mechanisms, specifically appointment setting. I see a lot of people who are just doing appointment setting, and I can tell you that in 6 months, your skill is going to be almost like obsolete if you're running it as a business, okay? Who can finish this sentence for me? You get what you, put it in the chat. You get what you, what? Put it in the chat. I need the chat. I need the chat to go viral. What you mean you get what you want? Nobody gets what you want. Nobody does that, right? You get what you give, right? Now, when people who do appointment setting, what they don't understand is they're not really following this framework. They're just asking. If we look at traditional outbound prospecting methods, it's all about asking, hey, give me your time, give me your time. Hey, ask the prospect if they want to buy. Ask the prospect if they want to book a call. Ask with the intention of selling instead of offering a solution. If I was hiring a growth team or an appointment setting team, I would never work with a team that isn't comfortable creating trainings or assets that can be used to educate the prospects before they buy or before they get an offer. This is super, super important. If you're not good at creating sales assets, you might as well shut your business down. I see a lot of people who are trying to do what clientacquisition.io does. No, you cannot. If you don't play the whole game, you can't compete. You cannot compete. You got to master everything. It's not just that we're good at outreach, it's that we're pretty great at creating sales assets that on warm up people at scale, right? So there are 2 main pieces of content and sales assets that you can create. There is attention generating sales assets. I call them AGSAs. And the sole focus of this asset is to get people to raise their hands. If you know about advertising, you can consider this as a headline. 80% of the success will be dependent on how good you become at creating AGSAs for yourself or your clients' acquisition efforts. If you have no attention, no matter how good you are at the following steps, it won't really matter, okay? I'll go briefly on how to create them. So the first thing is you need to find the top 3 most painful problems that your market wants to solve. And literally don't ever create any content piece around anything that isn't this, okay? Or specifically, don't ever create an AGSA that isn't focused on these 3 things. If you don't know them, then start with a hypothesis. Some of you guys may not, but may be in a niche that doesn't really have a lot of, content out there online. So maybe just make a hypothesis, okay? Or if you can, just use YouTube to find the most viewed topics in your niche, or find an influencer and check out the 2 steps that have the most engagement, right? Find their post, find something that has had the most engagement, and whatever has had the most engagement, lead with that. Now, this is the most important part. You need to think of the value worth their time and energy, okay? The reason why I have 300 people on this call is because I thought of something, I built something that was worth your time and energy, meaning I can get your attention for the next hour because I'm giving you something that is worth more than that hour of attention that you guys are giving me, okay? But the beautiful thing is, once I figure out what I'm going to be doing, then I also need to take into consideration these 3 things. I need something that's novel. I need something that's new to show you guys. I need to focus that this thing that I'm creating gets you guys to your desired outcome faster. So speed. And then the next thing is, whatever I'm sharing has to be making it more effortless for you guys to achieve the outcome that you guys want, right? People love new things. They love to get the things faster, and they're lazy, therefore would love to get their dream outcome without working. If you can combine these 3 things, guys, you will always make banger, viral, attention generating sales assets, okay? And what you could do is just add some proof, of course. But what you want to do too is you want to strengthen your sales asset by adding proof or the real cost to acquiring the value, right? You need to share the proof through a case study, even if it's not your own, to make the value credible. I know a lot of people are like, oh, but I don't have any case study. It doesn't matter if you've done it or not. Just find someone who's done it and use their case study, and just be upfront and honest that like, hey, this is someone else who's done it, and our goal is to try to do the same thing for you, right? Or, if someone is like, hey, Serge, I get a lot of people asking me, hey, Serge, can I use your case study around importance of content? You made $500,000 with like 5,000 subscribers in a month. I'm like, yeah, you can say it. Just don't say that you made me make that, but just say that if it's not your case study, but it's a case study that exists, right? And then the next thing is, you can also think of it as, what is the true cost in money or time, or to actually figure out the thing that you're trying to share with them. So as an example, on this webinar, maybe this might last 3 hours, but the truth is the things that we're covering today probably cost us the last 3 years to learn, right? What is 3 years if you're only paying 3 hours to learn it, right? It's super valuable, right? So the purpose of this is to make them feel stupid for not engaging or raising their hands. If you miss this step, your asset will always underperform. So it's almost like, hey, I just spent the last week building something, a training that has cost me, the last 3 years of my life building. I'll be going over how we've done this, blah, 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 and a new way of doing this and acquiring this thing faster and without struggling with this. And then add a CTA, right? Adding friction makes the leads more qualified since they have to work harder to get the thing. So as an example, you can be like, hey, message me or click X thing. Or you can just be like, hey, vote on the poll, right? There's less friction, meaning more people will be engaging than here. But here, they'll be more qualified than here, right? And then following these 4 steps above, we arrive at this framework. Hey, just created X asset, going over a new way of solving X problem without pain, or achieving this outcome faster. These are just, you can pick this, or you can pick this, or you can make them all at the same time, right? I spent time, X amount of time, or I spent last, $1 million a year uncovering it, and it generated X outcome. To receive it, like, retweet, comment, or vote on the poll. And I'm sure some of you guys have seen this tweet that I did, which follows the same thing. Hey, I went from, X outcome, solving X problems, and I built this thing. And we had 1,700 people comment. And I had 300,000 people see it. And all it took me was 5 minutes to create it while in my bed in Cape Town, right? If you follow this framework, right? Now, all you need is know what the people want, Make sure that the insight that you're about to share has something that's new to it. Maybe it gets the thing they want faster and easier, and add some a true cost to it, so they feel stupid not getting it. Because if they don't raise their hand for what you're about to share, then they're going to have to spend 3 years or spend 25 grand to learn it, right? And a CTA. And attention converting sales assets. So once you can get this attention, 300,000 people, 1,700 people, how do you, it's not, you want to be able to convert them, right? These will be long form sales letters used to warm up and convert their attention, generated from the first sales assets. Even though generating attention is more important, you don't want to become the person who has more attention than money, right? I know a lot of people on Twitter who have more followers than they have money in the bank account, which is nuts, okay? We want to master both, as one without the other won't generate you or your clients satisfying results that they expect. In the program, I share the framework to follow when creating both sales assets and the system needed to collect the data from interested prospects. So, these frameworks are to be used to help your clients gain more leverage and make more money more effortlessly than trying to fight one-on-one with each prospect and try to force them to do what you want them to do. So you can put it on a funnel, get them to access the training, get them to book a call after, right? Now let's go into the client acquisition lessons from successful campaigns, right? This is what we've noticed. Conversation flows is better than anything else when it comes to appointment setting, right? If you're not good, or if your appointment setting team is not good, comfortable with conversation, you're not going to see as good of results. Even if we're in 2023 and AI is here, mastering the art of appointment setting with conversation is crucial. Some of the best transformations in our community have come from clients using the conversational flow to book appointments, or clients starting an appointment setting offer for different niches, right? And using our conversation flow to book appointments for these companies. I've seen many appointment setting strategies out there, and I've yet to see something perform as consistently as our framework. For me, appointment setting is an art. It's not just sending DMs or following up and being annoying to prospective clients. But this is really the few steps. He's went over it briefly, but I want to cover it a little bit more. So you want to find the prospects at scale. If you can't find thousands of people, it's not worth it. You want to be able to find people, a lot of them, in a leveraged way. Like, you don't want to be the one having to find one lead at a time. No, that's not efficient, right? Then once you find them, you want to be able to create context and familiarity, because context and familiarity actually moves people down their different levels of the brain, right? So there is the reptilian brain, which is like, someone is in fight or flight. Then there is the limbic brain, which is more emotional, and then people just, whatever. And then there is the neocortex. The neocortex is where people are actually getting the information properly. They're open to what you're saying. They're being more logical, right? But the issue with outreach with most people, the reason why they fail is because they're never able to get someone from their reptilian brain, which is fight or flight, down to a more logical place in their mind. And context and familiarity creates that. Once you create that and you get someone to trust you, to be more logical with you, answering questions, then you're like, hey, how are you going about doing this? What are you struggling with? Have you tried this? You want to find inefficiencies within their current process. If you're pushing short form content, then maybe ask them about, hey, who's editing your stuff? How many hours is it taking you to shoot content? Where are you distributing the content? And then you want to find inefficiencies around all these areas. And then you want to be like, hey, is it cool for me to educate you around how we go about doing this thing instead? Everybody loves education. Nobody hates to be smarter. So they're going to be like, yeah, of course, I'm open to it. And then you want to either explain it through a sales asset, maybe a video, or through text. Just write down what you want to tell them. Once you create curiosity, then you want to offer, you want to be able to convert them into a call. So you want to be like, hey, is it cool for us to jump on a 15-minute walkthrough where I can actually walk you through how you can implement this for your business? And boom, that's it, right? I'll show you guys briefly what this looks like, because we do build some more thorough stuff. I just showed you guys something simple, but this can be a crazy thorough, right? So this is what it will look like. There are a bunch of stages. I won't go too deep in it, but this is like one of our clients. So step one, find finding qualified audiences, right? So rule number one, find it at scale. You want to find communities, you want to find influencers, and then you want to go either in Discord servers, Facebook groups, LinkedIn groups, Telegram groups, or if you have specific followers and influencers in your niche, then you want to go find their profile, and then you want to go on their Facebook, on their Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. And then once you get there, you want to find the most engaged primed prospect by using Trojan horse questions, post engagement, people who are engaged with their post, likes, comments, members area if you're in a group, or you want to go in the comment section, you want to go in the like section, you want to go in the follower section, and then you want to start a intro message, right? That creates familiarity, right? Bringing in context, complement what they've been doing so they know we're not a stranger, then ask a question, right? And then you want to figure out which inefficiencies are you going to go for? So this is a client that helps people start coaching businesses. So he's either can go for people who are struggling with their offers or people who are struggling with their client acquisition, right? So he has different questions for each thing. And then once he, then maybe he goes this route and then the person doesn't have any efficiency. Cool. Let's go to the other side. Let's figure out client acquisition. And then you can have the education step be here. And then you can have all that good stuff. And then you can know how to convert them, right? I won't go into too in depth with this because we could spend the whole day. And look at this. After his growth team started using this, 11 appointments set in under 48 hours from our growth team, right? Keep consistent with the system, go all out, show up for the support calls, and commit to mastering client acquisition.io system. And then, he was struggling for 4 or 5 weeks pretty much, but now it's blowing up. Okay. Same thing. Michael, I think, is pushing an appointment setting offer now. Booked 28 meetings this week. And look at what happens when he builds, I guess, a growth team and uses the conversation flow and the assets. Booked 29 calls in a day, which is wild, right? Which is why I'm saying a growth team is inevitable if you want to scale. I see a lot of people who don't understand this. They think they can just do outreach with a cold email system or with like one Twitter account or one this and that. No. The fastest way to know if a business can scale is look at the size of their team. Literally, take time to look at everyone that you look up to, team size, or just look at Apple's team size. Look at Google's team size. Look at Facebook's team size. Guys, Amazon hires 500,000 people. That's 500,000 people. That's 500,000 humans. They literally hire a whole, they hire cities, bro. And no wonder they make $1 billion a day, right? If we go to the first step, okay, so I need to go back here. Because this is super important, right? I know we went over constraints, right? What do you think happens when you are a one-man business or five team business? Well, no matter how good you become at advertising, no matter how good you become at fulfillment, you're so small that there's not enough inputs. You have so many constraints on so many levels, right? Now imagine if compare compare a company with 5 team members to 500,000 team members. This could literally go for Amazon, this goes from 10 units to 1 billion units. And their marketing from 3 units to 3 billion units. That's literally all business is elevating the constraints, which is why when I tell you build an appointment setting team, grow team, I don't really care how big you go. I just care that you do go big because you need people. You need to elevate the constraints. And it starts with the team, right? When I had a 5 team member, I was broke. Now I have 25 people. I'm less broke. Funny enough, right? In this case, we're focusing on the client acquisition aspect of the business, so the size of the growth team matters tremendously. I see many founders making the mistake of thinking that they'll scale with an automated tools or focusing on cold emails only. I have a client who's doing over 50K per month, who's been incapable of scaling past the current stage that he's at, because he's the only one managing the campaigns and the systems. Meaning, even if you have automated system, you still need humans to manage those systems, right? The only time, when this argument will not be true is when we have AGI, okay? For those who don't know, AGI is artificial general intelligence. The difference between ChatGPT, an AI model like ChatGPT, is that the level of intelligence and capabilities that they possess is different. As a language model like ChatGPT, it's specialized. It's a specialized form of AI that is trained on to perform specific tasks, such as understanding natural language and generating text-based responses. It operates within a limited domain of language processing, and it's not capable of performing tasks beyond what it's been trained for. On the other hand, AGI is a hypothetical form of AI that would have the ability to perform a wide range of intellectual tasks that are typically associated with human intelligence, such as learning, such as problem solving, reasoning, and planning. AGI would be able to understand and learn any intellectual task that a human being can, and would be capable of adapting to new situations and challenges without human intervention or assistance. It would literally be the best employee. All right. While AGI is a promising area of research in artificial intelligence, it is still considered to be the realm of science fiction. And there are many technical and ethical challenges that need to be overcome before it become a reality, right? So like we're still far. Yes, AI is good, but we're still far from really having it be something crazy, right? Now, there are two paths that you can take when building a growth team. Hire virtual assistants and train them on outreach, keep them accountable, troubleshoot their campaigns when it's underperforming, or build a growth team of growth specialists. Growth specialists understand your offer, your niche, and most importantly, why the market would benefit from your services, and they can handle it. They can handle the conversation workflow without needing much training. Now, I know I showed you guys August, who's in Argentina. He went from booking 100 calls in 3 days to, he's just been going crazy. He's literally been going crazy. 155 sales calls with 2 growth specialists in a week. And when he joined the program, he made his first 10K, and 2.5 months later, 100K a month. And, now he's over 150K. But Mario, we have 9 sales calls booked today with a growth team. Within our community, we focus on both, right? Because building a growth team is not as easy as most people think. So we start with $3 an hour trained setters, VAs, since it's pretty affordable and they can do a pretty great job when they go through the following process training that we give them. We have a community of 17,000 VAs, right? 17,000 people who go through training. They get a 3-hour course that focuses on social outreach, Facebook outreach, Instagram outreach, LinkedIn outreach, levingsnow.io, prospecting speed up tools process, troubleshooting an outbound campaign, understanding the foundation of copywriting, lead generation using Spotify and YouTube, and a whole lot of stuff. And then once they're done with that, they book an assessment call with an outreach specialist on the team, see if they're good. Once they're good, and if we see that they're qualified and ready to be paired with a company, then we will add a filter. And then when a client is ready to get a setter or setters, then we'll actually place them. But after that, they also start doing weekly shadowing session and outreach reviews until they're placed in a company, right? And then we also have a private Discord for placed setters. Now, look at all these wins, okay? Business coach, appointment booked. Jan booked meeting for travel agency niche. Barry helping local business. Yale booked a call for them. Genevieve. Oh, that's a crazy way to put a name. For Ethan, he's in ecom. Jane been going crazy. Hair coach, care coach. Kiran Patel, appointment setting, fashion and ecom. Trading coach, agency owner targeting them. Krista. Career coach, and these are the niches that they're helping, by the way. It goes on and 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 on, right? So it's like they're killing it, right? Now the issue is a lot of people, for our clients, this process is taken care of, and the client doesn't have to go find VAs or worry about training them or hire them, invest time in the training, only to have them leave after 2 weeks of training, right? Which we have a client, Dylan, who's pushing an appointment setting offer, and he faced this issue, right? When a lot of appointments rolling in, but loss was a V8 that he placed for a coach disappeared after 2 days, and he had already invested 2 weeks of training, and the person left after 2 days, which is really bad. The client asked if they could delay a payment, and these are the issues that come up, right? With building a growth team, it takes a bit more time and access to an audience to promote and hire from, right? So this is a bit different from hiring just setters who are VAs. Build a hiring VSL following the hiring scorecard, the A method of hiring. If you guys haven't read the book, I highly recommend you read it. So you have presented it in the last Webby, but you want to focus on like, hey, what is the mission of the role? What are the outcomes that need to be generated? What are the competencies, and what are the requirements and the compensation? Okay. But look at this. This is where building a growth team becomes really, really insightful. Okay. Or really sick. You can pay people $50 to $150 per qualified booked call, which means that you don't pay unless you get a qualified prospect booking a call and showing up. Super important. Qualified prospect actually shows up. Now let's look at this scenario. You have a ticket price, which is $5K, and a closing rate of 20% of qualified leads, right? That means that every 2 in 10 calls will close. And then the cost for the calls, let's say you're paying $50 to $150. That means it will cost you $500 to $1,500 to actually get these 2 deals. But now, since you're selling it at $5K, you're making 10 grand. Your cost to acquire a client when it comes to your acquisition, your marketing, is only 5 to 15% of the ticket price or the revenue, right? If your client lifetime value becomes 15 grand instead of 5K, look at the difference. 2 closed deals would be worth 30 grand, and your cost to acquire a client will only be in marketing, not closing, right? Will only be 1.6% to 5% of the actual lifetime value, right? That means that you can turn $500 up to 1.5K to consistently generate you or create relationships that value 30 grand. Isn't that crazy? 1.500 to 1.5K to, let's say, 2 grand can create 30K every time you spend it. Every time you spend it. That's why for me, it's like, I love having a growth team because I'm like, holy shit, this is crazy. This is printing money out of thin air. And you're never worrying about losing money because what? You're paying on the leading indicator, right? That makes it inevitable for you not to make money. You're not paying just on sales calls, you're paying on qualified calls, right? Now, once you build a growth team, you want to ramp them up on your offer. So you want to schedule daily training sessions, 60 to 90 minutes, the first 2 weeks. You need to record every training session. They'll be used to train future candidates. These training sessions should cover the product that you're selling, setting up the prospecting assets, so profiles, content, intro to the outbound prospecting workflow. So, when you're in the program, you get access to that. Daily reporting, your sales process. You want to introduce them to the CRM and daily KPIs and standards that have to be met, right? You want to make sure that you set a 2-week trial. New GSs should hit a specific number of book calls, not qualified. So you're not necessarily saying like, hey, you need to give me X amount of qualified calls. No, you just want to make sure that they can even book calls. And then you need to give them like 2 weeks in order for them to pass probation. If they don't, remove them from your team, even if you need them. Those who are superstars and get you those calls, simply promote them as official GSs. And after 30 to 60 days of consistent work and generating great results, you can put them on a base salary. Consistently be filling up your pipeline, right? I have a lot of clients who hire maybe 5 GSs and then, 4 of them leave or all of them leave. And they're like, oh my God, so many people are leaving. Well, it's like they're supposed to leave, right? Just because you have a good growth team today doesn't mean you'll have them tomorrow, right? If your company is still starting out, especially, right? So check this out. My growth team, I was looking at the last 12 months of booked calls. We booked 7,000 sales calls. These many meetings would cost me a fortune if I had to spend money on advertising to acquire them. Let's pick a low cost per booked call. Let's use $100, which is super affordable and which is not actually, it's not even possible right now, right? If I had to spend $100 on each call, not even qualified, because Facebook or Meta doesn't really care if it's qualified or not. They'll just get someone to book a call. I would have had to spend 700 grand in ad cost. That's how crazy it is, right? But it probably cost me 150 grand, maybe almost 200 grand, right? So that's how efficient it is. Now, the next thing is, most people don't understand that it's pretty hard to convert a stranger into a sales call. Whatever actions and effort you think you need to convert a stranger, an interested prospect on, 10x it, right? Meaning, if you thought that you could just send 500 DMs a week and then you'll make money, yeah, you're crazy, right? What you have to see is you have to think of it this way. From a stranger to end up showing up on a call, this is what happens. There's actual gaps between each step. There's the gap between someone becoming warm. There is a gap between them booking a call. And then from them booking a call to showing up, there's also another gap. So what we suggest our clients, and when we're building their infrastructure, is you need to take this into considerations and build assets that warm people up. So we want to send a DM, send something that educates them, warm them up. Once they're warmed up, then we want to send them more assets. It could be an email. It could be another creative sales training, right? Or not sales training, but a training asset that gets them to book a call. Or it could be just a conversation. And then once they've booked a call, what you want to do is send them another asset and then have another conversation before the call. This will take your booking rate through the roof, right? The best performing outbound campaigns are those that dial in the process after a prospect shows interest. The hard part is not taking someone here to here. The hardest part is taking them here to getting them through the thing, right? Most people just focus on getting interest and sending one sales asset. These same people are broke today. We get our clients to master the gap between each step, from stranger to warm lead to booked call to show up, right? We help them install a 12 email quasi-periodic sequence that goes on for 2 months or however long you want it. It includes 4 different pieces of sales assets meant to educate and warm up your prospect to the point they're ready and willing to buy from you, even if they don't need your service. Like, that's how good your sales process should be, at least your booking process. You need to warm them up so much that they're like, wow, thank you so much, right? Here is my money, right? If you can't close, you won't make any money. I'll let Connor present his closing framework and explain the importance of mastering sales. But before I do, I'd like to share an important stat. 90% of our clients who can scale past 10K per month or 50K per month is almost always a lack of closing skills and not an appointment setting problem. Since appointment setting is a pretty easy problem to solve, if you can book 1 sales call, you can book 100 sales calls or 1,000, because it's the same thing. You just got to do it more, right? But I realized that, like, holy shit, we need to start solving for sales training. So Connor is actually going to be in our community doing sales training for our community. But Connor, I'll just let you take your thing.
Easy. Let me take the wheel. Sweet, guys. So long story short, a bit about me. So, I mean, look, guys, I had 0 experience, running an agency or a business really before this. I'd spoken about before how I'd, relatively tried to run an agency, or, had an attempt, but really I didn't get anything off the ground. But at the end of the day, to get the chat being interactive, can I get a 1 from everybody here on the Zoom that's still attentive? So there's 286 of you who has struggled with sales in the past, right? Who's got think about objections, who's got fear objections. I don't have the money, it's too expensive. You've lost sales calls beforehand. You've struggled just getting clients in general, right? So I can see there's quite a few of you there that struggle with it. And that's totally normal, right? Sales is hard when you don't have the right skills. You don't have the right experience, right? So what I want to do in this short segment here is I can give you a high level, but I want to make sure that, again, you guys get something from this. So let's go ahead and dive in, because we're quite short on time. So how did a guy with 0 experience running his own business scale to 40K in monthly recurring revenue in just 90 days? Sure, we can talk about offers like we talked about before and appointment setting, but the key thing I want you to get from this short segment is a closer will not save you. If you're just starting out, the closer will not save you, right? Unless you're at a certain degree of business, especially, a certain level of agency, you can't outsource to a closer, right? Booking appointments alone will not save you. Serge and, their team, they can help you get appointments, but if you can't turn those conversations into money, you guys are screwed, right? And so that's why only you are going to be able to save yourself from, being able to build this business to where you want to go. A good closer, this is a big thing I really want everybody to understand in this call, is a good closer will not come work for you on a commission-only basis when you can only book 5 to 10 appointments per week. A good closer is more than likely making 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,000, 50,000 a month in commissions. So to think that a closer or any good salesperson is going to come work for you on a commission-only basis when you have such a small volume is silly, right? It's not going to happen. It just doesn't happen, right? A beginner closer won't be much more skilled than you are anyway. You may as well be on the calls yourself. You may as well learn this stuff yourself when you guys are starting out, right? A beginner closer is going to drop off extremely quickly and they will not stick around. The only choice that you guys have, everybody on this call, is getting good at sales. Sure, look, I do have a lot of experience behind me in the sales department. That's why I'm saying a lot of this stuff. I've sold multiple things over the past few years. I've sold a few million in high ticket sales, but that is no excuse. I'm exactly like you. I'm human, right? In fact, 4 years ago, I was a nervous wreck who could barely communicate to anybody. And the very thought of presenting to hundreds of people like everyone here is today would scare the living shit out of me, right? But I have had many years of going from this guy over here on the left, right? It's a terrible, terrible photo of me, but it's me doing a live video when I burnt my first coaching program, right, at 18, talking about how I just left high school, just, all that I wanted to do was make 10K a month. That's all I wanted to do, right? The guy on the bike on the right, obviously it's a, very nice photo of me at Bali when I was, traveling, working as a remote salesperson. But end of the day, I'm just like you. Right? Everybody here is human, right? And so in that way, how did I go from a shy, introverted teenager to someone who's very well versed in sales? And how can you do something similar? Long story short, I got the right skills and I practiced over and over and over again with the right people. Without the right frameworks, guys, you are screwed, right? Something that is a huge popular thing in the agency game, which I've seen amongst, in the client acquisition.io community, other communities, the whole agency space as a whole, is you want to sell with the next sales deck, right? A shiny sales deck will not save you either. A shiny sales presentation, it's not going to help you. It might put the ball a little bit further down because, you're selling with visuals, but it's not going to really get you that next level. Or if you want to scale to 10 to 15K per month, El Dorado knows, Jeremy Miner, right? Great mentor of mine. He's going to, you basically need the right skills, long story short. So I'm going to share with you the exact framework that's not only closed millions of dollars for sales myself, but took my short form content agency from 0 per month to 40K per month in monthly recurring revenue in just 3 months. Right now, unfortunately, this webinar, I can't be with you there 24/7, and this is only going to be a high level, right? But like Serge mentioned before, we've created something really special for those inside the client acquisition.io community. Moving forwards, I'm going to be hosting weekly calls where you can role play with someone who can actually give you real feedback weekly, who actually has some understanding of what they're talking about. And yes, I'm not the best in the world, but I have some clue. Right? But what this means to you is that you get better, right? Think about it. When you can generate unlimited leads, have a proven offer, crush fulfillment, and actually sign clients over the phone, I would say then it would be pretty unreasonable for you to win, right? If you're in that position where you've got everything that you need to scale the business, how can you lose, right? So if what I've said has made sense to you, just even the slightest, I'm going to lay out a framework that you can use in your next upcoming closing calls, whatever you have. Again, a high level, but the biggest breakthrough that I've had when it comes to sales is obviously not using sales decks. I've never used a sales deck in my life, but using and presenting in stages, right? If you're just asking questions here and there and making no sense of it, becomes quite difficult to understand and replicate to another salesperson, right? So there's a couple stages, so let me break them down. The first stage is the opening stage. So all that you want to do when you start a sales call is you want to find out why they're there. That's it, right? Get an initial goal and diffuse any sales resistance, right? And now I would go into this, in-depth advanced, but we don't have too much time on the Webby today. But that's all that you want to do, right? What are they looking for? What initially attracted their attention in the first place? That's all that you want to find out in the first 3 to 5 minutes of a call. We're not talking about the weather. We're not talking about, what sports event happened that weekend. No one cares about that, right? Next, we go through the present situation stage. So what are they currently doing for the X, Y, and Z problem that you're trying to solve? So what are they doing for more leads? What are they doing? Better conversion rate? What are they doing to improve their media buying? Isn't words there, media buying. What are they doing to improve their email open rates? Whatever it is that you help with, that's what you're asking, right? You want to get them to have a point in their mind as to their current situation. You're not asking these questions for you, you're asking it for your prospect. How long have they been, doing that method or going about that way of generating more leads as of current? What actually caused them to do that way? The big thing to do with sales, guys, is you want them to question their current way of thinking. A big thing to do with sales is doubt, right? When you can get your prospect to doubt their current process, there's a key quote, but I'm not sure who, but essentially it goes, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So the more you speak at your prospects, the more you speak at your potential clients, the less clients you get. Right, so the more questions you ask, the more clients you have, right? Am I making sense so far to everybody? If I can get like a 1 or a 2 in the chat, is everybody following so far? Is it making sense, right? Am I putting you guys to sleep? Let me know. Cool, amazing, I'll keep going. So moving on, so the roadblock stage. So what do we need to find out in the next phase of the process? We need to find out 4 things. What's the problem? What's causing it? How long has it been a problem, and what impact is it having on them personally, professionally, or within the business? Why do we want to find out these things? Because again, we're bridging their current state with their future state. What's the problem you're solving, right? What do they need more leads? Do they, whatever you solve, right? There's many problems that we solve here as a community. So you need to get onto that. What's actually causing the problem, right? Is it lack of understanding? Is it lack of time? Right? How long has it been a problem? Like, how long have they felt that way for? And what impact is it having on the business? Is it limiting them from growing their business? Is it limiting them from scale? Is it limiting them from getting X, Y, and Z? That's what you need to find out, okay? Moving on, future state stage. We now have a current situation within their mind of where they are right now in correlation to the problem that they have. Now we're looking at the future state stage. So now we need to establish a gap between where they are now to where they want to go, right? So what have they tried, if anything, to solve the problem? What's actually prevented them in the past if they haven't looked? Have they been burned by an agency in the past? You need to know that. Or an objection that you guys have probably heard in the past is, I've been burned by an agency, so I'm not sure I want to work with you. This specific question around what's prevented them in the past if they haven't been looking, right? Or a question around that, you finding out that information can result in you getting way more sales than you do right now, right? Because you're uncovering your objection before it already comes up. Next thing you need to find out, what's their goal? What's their ideal solution? What are the key outcomes they want to get from working with you? So that in that way that you can present the solution to them based on what they've already said that they wanted. Right? What are the emotional, logical, tangibles to the problem? Right? This again puts tie downs towards the goal and actually creates a stronger influence and stronger persuasion to actually take action on what they want. And then the 2 last stages here is the cost of an action stage and the presentation stage. So a huge common mistake I see with agency owners is there's limited spots, right? You're only working with limited clients for this month, limited clients for next month, whatever it might be. False urgency can work well, but it's a technique, not a principle. And so when you sell off principles rather than techniques, that's when you're going to win in the long term. Because if clients pick up that you have false pricing, or you're saying it's normally 5K, but it's 3K, if you're selling B2B guys, these people will pick up on that. It's an old sales technique. Yes, you can use it. Yes, it can work, but it's not super efficient. So what we need to do is we need to get the prospect to internally persuade themselves to take action, right? Why do they need to do something now? What happens if they don't solve this problem? What happens to their business if they don't generate enough leads to grow the business, move forward, right? Something to think about. Now, the last piece here is the presentation stage. As I said before, please, for the sake of your success, for your business, for your agency, do not use a sales deck that goes on about how great you are for about 30 minutes. All too common, very, very normal. Now, can you use a sales deck? Absolutely, you can. And does it work? Yes, it does. But when you're ending up talking about yourself for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I've seen up to an hour sometimes, that is where you are losing sales, right? I've even seen some cases where agency owners might ask about their prospect for 5 minutes and end up pitching them for 55 minutes, where I've seen prospects literally dozing off on a call or checking their phone. You don't want that, right? You should be making a presentation less than 10% of your total call time and packaging it around what they want, right? Communicate what you do effectively. In a nutshell, sales has changed. That's all it is. That's all it ever was. How far can you stretch the gap between where the prospect is now and where they want to be in their mind? How urgent can you make it for your prospect to take action on your solution without bonuses, right? When you figure out how to do that with your offering, with your presentation, with your skilled questions, when you understand all of that, that is when you will win. And that is when you book appointments, you'll then actually close those people into paying clients. Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the presentation, guys.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you for this. And this, I've seen it so many times, guys. I've seen it so many times. It's been probably a year and a half, probably almost 2 years since I've actually gone on a spree of taking sales calls. Like, I don't really take sales calls anymore. But guys, the biggest mistake you can make is thinking that what you do is what's going to sell the prospect. Nobody cares about what you do. Nobody cares how many years you've spent doing it. Nobody cares what's your degree. Nobody cares how much money you spent on nothing. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. What people care about is themselves and their desires. When you're on a sales call, you have just really one job. Figure out why they want the thing, how much they want the thing. Use those two things to make them get your service. Right? You know what's funny? On this call, even if I was to give everyone a free service, like, hey, I'll give away the $500,000 program for free. Do you know what's funny? Not everybody would take it. Why? Because not everyone desires the outcome as much, right? Now, if I can get everyone to desire the thing as hard as possible, I could put the service at $100,000 a year and I could still sell the whole thing here. Why? Because I'm focusing on making you want it, the thing that you want, this desired outcome in your life, more than I spend time telling you how we're going to get you the thing. Because if I go buy, let's say like this summer, I want to go, get a car or whatever, or like, I just put I'm going to move in a penthouse in May, right? This penthouse was 6 figures, right? It's 10K a month. Is spending 10K a month on a home smart? It's actually pretty dumb. As a one person, why would you spend 6 figures on a home? But do you know why I still made sense of spending it? Because I fucking want it. I want it. I just want it. I don't really care about the money. I don't care. Could I put $100,000 in a real estate investment? Yes, I can. but I fucking want it, right? Sell people what they want. Like if the realtor didn't have to sell me shit. I already wanted it. I seen a picture of what I want in life, and that life has a penthouse in it. Therefore, regardless of the cost, I'm going to get it. How can you make your service a penthouse? That's what I'm trying to ask. The only way you're going to be able to get 10K a month from someone is if you give them the thing that they want, the thing that they desire, the thing that they don't care about the cost for, right? But you guys are selling, hey, I'll put 60 shorts a month. I'm like, bro, what? The fuck do I care about 60 shorts, man? What do you want me to do with 60 shorts? Do you want me to put it in my bio that I do 60 shorts a month? No. But if you were to sell me that, hey, Serge, what if we made you the most famous person in Montreal? I'd be like, damn, maybe I could have an easier time going on dates, you know? Then I'll be like, holy, that's a good one. Or, hey, Serge, you've been building this Webby yourself. What if I could get you 1,000 people in the next Webby and build the Webby for you and collect $500,000 after the Webby for you? I'd be like, holy shit. Oh my God, I'm down for that. Don't tell me how you're going to do the Webby. Don't tell me how you, I don't care. Just ask me, hey, Serge, what do you want? What do you want, Serge? I need a 600 horsepower car. I need a penthouse. I probably need a wife because I love me a good family, right? Eventually. I need a villa in Cape Town. That's a must. I probably would love to have another villa in Rwanda. I probably would have to. I want to buy my brother's cars. I want a jet. Okay, cool, Serge. Here's how we're going to get it. We need to make you $50 million a year. To get there, I've built this offer to get you there. Are you ready to go? I'm ready. I could care less. Like, if I went to Hormozy and Hormozy tried to sell me on like, hey, Serge, we're going to get you margins. We're going to get you this. I'd be like, man, what are you talking about? I don't care. I don't care about any of that. Talk to me about the jet. Talk to me about the penthouse. Talk to me about the horses. Now we're talking, right? And maybe some wine. I forgot the wine. It's super important. But anyway, let's get back to it. But guys, super important. Stop talking about your service, guys. Stop talking about it. Nobody cares. Nobody. I care about what I want. So sell me how I'm going to get what I want. If you have a 30-minute breakdown on a sales call, you're crazy. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so this part is going to be super important, right? It's something that I don't really talk about a lot, but it's probably one of our most, it's probably one of the things that we focus on a lot recently, right? Retaining your clients is more important than your client acquisition. If you can't retain your clients, there's no point in running a business. It's literally a waste of time, regardless of how much money you're able to generate. Because if you make $1 million, but you refund $1 million, you're back to zero. So you're actually worse than someone without a business who's getting paid by the government to stay home. Literally. If you can't retain your clients, you're better off being homeless. That's how bad it is. Okay? It's like acquiring clients when you can't retain them is like using a tennis racket to empty the ocean. It's pointless. Just don't do it, right? So imagine I ask you, hey man, go get a bunch of leads, go get a bunch of appointments, and then close them, but can't fulfill. It's like this. Like you're just using this thing to try to empty this ocean. It's useless, right? To retain your clients, you need two things: an insanely fast onboarding process, and you need to get them results. The first thing people are like, oh, but I can't get people results. The truth is, that's not even the most important thing. Onboarding is probably one of the most important things, right? In my opinion, the most important thing, like I just said, the most important one is the first one, right? Here is why. If you mess up onboarding, the new client decides to not continue with you after the first few days of experiencing you and your service or team. This means that even if you're the best at getting people results, it won't matter since their first experience was bad. It's a lot easier to get a client to stick when they enjoyed your onboarding experience, as they see you as someone who's professional. They're more likely to tolerate and be patient when the going gets tough. and when you're struggling to generate results or pivoting to different mechanisms. This happened with my first client. 4 months after we signed up, we had yet to get him results, but he was still willing to stick. Why? Because the onboarding was amazing, right? I was selling him advertising and say via sales, but he didn't have the money for ads. So I was like, oh, let me do outreach for you. So we pivoted with the mechanism, and he was still comfortable. He was still patient. He was still willing to let me figure things out, right? But if the onboarding was shit, oh my God, he would have asked for a refund as soon as possible, right? On the other hand, if you have a shitty onboarding process, as soon as there's a hiccup with the results, ciao, right? This is how most of your clients are. They're like, yo, ciao, deuces, you know? So how do you avoid this? Well, this is my mindset when with onboarding. Get the client the first win in less than 48 hours of paying an invoice, preferably within the first 24 hours. The reason why Amazon is the best e-commerce company is because they're the fastest at getting you to experience the thing you paid for with next day delivery. Funny enough, they're also the fastest at getting you to buy, right? They've engineered their purchase process to be as frictionless as possible. You literally go on Amazon, search your product, 3 clicks later, you're good to go. Now, imagine trying to buy the same product on a different brand site, or worst, buying it at a local store. I've probably spent less than $500 a month on buying things online my whole entire life. Do you know why? Because I think there's so much friction to buying products online, especially for like clothing brands. I have to buy it. I don't know if it fits me. I have to think twice. And then I have to wait 3 weeks for delivery or 2 weeks for delivery. Hell no. Hell no. Now, how much money have I spent on Amazon? It's ridiculous, right? How can you recreate that in your business, right? At clientacquisition.io, I've mentioned that we've built a community of 17,000 setters that go through training daily, go through assessment calls and shadowing sessions. Most people would ask, like, why go through all the hassle, Serge? Why don't you just sell a course, right? Or what do you have to train people for? Well, because when you sign up to work with us, we're the fastest at getting you to experience your desired outcome, which is get a trained setter and stop doing outreach yourself, right? If a client didn't need consulting or coaching, we could literally place a setter in their company in less than 48 hours, right? Client acquisition channel speaks for you. Outbound prospecting workflow designed and message creating for you. Setter trained or channel on the workflow in just a few days, right? This gives us an insane competitive edge over most companies that do what we do, right? Because we're not client acquisition.io is not. It's not like we're doing some innovative stuff. It's just that we own the infrastructure. So it allows us to not have to compete with people. We actually dominate because we own the infrastructure that makes it unreasonable for us not to deliver faster than anyone else, right? So what makes us great is actually the speed of delivery. And of course, the insights and the data that we have, right? You need to be able to offer the same to your clients if you want to dominate. Make a list of systems and processes needed in your clients' companies, right? So if you're pushing e-com, then they need creators. If you're pushing, they probably need a specific audit for their CRO. They probably need some good email marketing flows. They probably all need all these things. What you need to do is build a list of all those things. As soon as they pay an invoice, in 48 hours, you give them those quick wins, right? You may not get them an ROI, but at least you can optimize what they already have, right? If they need people, build a talent pool. And if they need to learn some new things, then consult them, right? On the kickoff call, right? Then what you want to do is start building in order to own the infrastructure. Talent and systems is all I'll try to focus on. Needed to deliver these outcomes in the first 48 hours or the first week. PS, you don't need to get them results in the first week, but you need to get them to experience a win. And then when it comes to onboarding, we suggest the following onboarding funnels. So when it comes to onboarding, guys, you need to have it all in one go. You need to have it all in one funnel. So you need something like, hey, this is the payment page. This is like you come in here and then you put your information here. So let's try to do this. I'll just try to show you guys real quick what it looks like. So you kind of like need to have the agreement already embedded here, right? Have them here. You want to get them to put their credit card here. You want to get them to sign. You want to make sure that they read everything, blah, 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 refund policy, all that good stuff, right? Put it there. And then what you want to do too is you want to have everything here, right? So like, did you get access to the community? Did you get access to this? Did you get access to that? You know, offer it. Maybe some stuff that they want to consume right away. You want to get them, right? Get it right away. The kickoff call, same thing. You want to have it there. So then there is availability by Monday. So tomorrow there is availability to onboard clients. If anybody want to work with us, we can onboard you tomorrow, by the way. So thank you page, right? Thank you page needs to be good, right? You need to thank them for making the decision to work with you. You need to motivate them. You need to be thankful. You need to like sell them on the decision that they've made, right? Give them access to the community, give them access to the calls, and then give them access to the program, right? You need to make sure that this process takes less than 10 minutes, which is something that we haven't yet done. But as I was writing this, I was like, holy shit, we need to do this. Because what ends up happening is if it takes longer than 10 minutes, clients will want to do it later. And we want to avoid that. Because the more they push the onboarding, the longer it takes to experience a result, right? Now, the bigger the clients, the harder it is to actually get them to onboard as fast, right? You know, if that's the case, if it's like, you know, that you need a lot of things from them, then what I suggest is you get them to book a call and you fill out everything on the actual one-on-one, right? Within our program, we use the first call to blow the client's mind. And, you know, if you mess up the onboarding process, you've ruined the client experience and are a few mistakes away from losing the client, right? And then when it comes to getting clients results, okay, so check this out. This is really important. This is super important. Please let me get a 1 in the chat because this is about to be good, right? I need a 1 in the chat real quick. All right. Serge is the black version of Hormozy, Iman, and Cosmin in one person. I mean, guys, just wait till I get the Lambo, or wait till I get the penthouse. Wait till I have more time to actually shoot content. Guys, we're gonna go viral. We're gonna be number one. Because I think we've built a pretty great ops, guys. Like I just think we're deserving. It's that simple. So yeah, okay, check this out. Getting client results. And okay, so this is super, super important. The fastest path to solving this problem is by finding someone who has already done it. I'll repeat this. The fastest path to getting your clients' results is to find someone who's already gotten your clients' results or other people in the same niche. If I'm trying to become a master at YouTube ads, fulfillment for a short form content agency, generating 5,000 sales calls a month, or building a 9-figure company, my goal isn't to go and read a book or buy a course or courses. The only thing I have to do is find someone that I can pay or that I can hire. If you're on this call and are stuck because you don't know how to fulfill, you're trying to solve for the wrong problem. Instead of spending 20 hours mastering how to edit or run ads or leading an appointment setting team, spend 10% of that time, which is 2 hours, finding audiences where the experts at the thing you want to solve for are, make a job post or an offer to anyone who's great at solving that problem. Make them apply on a funnel, get them to make a Loom video showing you how they can solve that problem, going over their experience and what they're looking for. You want to know what the person wants. You want to know the desired lifestyle. If someone just want to work 1 hour a day, don't give them an interview. You want to figure out what kind of job they want, like how many hours, how are they, are they willing to work weekends? How much money do they want to be making, etc. You want to start looking at these people's applications. You want to just start jumping on calls with them. Give it 1 week or 2 weeks to get as many applicants, then start doing interviews and hire the best one. Never have to deal with your fulfillment problem by doing this. I see so many people are like, oh my God, but I don't know how to do what I should. Like, who cares? Do you think Steve Jobs was the one going in the mines and getting the metal or whatever thing they needed to create iPhones? Do you think imagine seeing Steve Jobs going to Congo to try to find the whatever tools or the whatever, I forgot what's the name what do they use to create iPhones? Can someone put in the chat? Is there anyone who's smart? Cobalt? Imagine Steve Jobs trying to get cobalt or coltan or titanium or uranium or some crazy stuff. Imagine. Do you think Steve Jobs was doing that? Or vibranium? There's a lot of anium, China stuff. Okay. So it's pointless. It's pointless, guys. It's pointless. Why are you trying to solve for the wrong problems? Right? You also have the opportunity, possibility to be part of a community like ours where tens of people have already solved your problem. So you can just ask for referrals or have a subject matter expert show you how to solve the problem. Leverage is the secret. Leverage is the secret. The thing you choose to spend your time on dictate how much your time is worth, right? If you're spending time on $10 an hour activities, then hello, like, why are you trying to make $1 million a year? Exactly. Like, please let me know why. No 7-figure, 8-figure, 9-figure entrepreneur is in the back fulfilling. They're not in the back making pizzas. They're not. They're not getting the coltan for the iPhone. They're not the ones cleaning the screen of the iPhone. They're not the one putting the phone in the box, right? They're not. So what's the point in mastering it? There are people who know how to sell better than me. My growth team is probably better at outreach than me. My team is better at building systems than me. My success team at this point is probably better, knows how to help my clients better. I'm just better at just leverage stuff. The things that make all the previous tasks matter, right? And this is what's funny. If I don't do my job, being a great closer doesn't matter. Being a great setter doesn't matter. Being a great systems integrator doesn't matter. Being a great customer consultant won't be of any value, right? Nothing. Therefore, you should be focusing on leverage activities. And what are those leverage activities? Hiring and leading, marketing, creating ridiculously good products, and having a vision. A lot of people don't have this. A lot of people want to make 10K a month. That's their vision. I'm like, who's going to come work for you when the company's making 10 grand a month? What, are we going to make $300 a month from you? Are we going to, what are we going to buy? Am I going to like, I mean, there's nothing that can be done with a budget of 10K a month or 20K a month, even 100 grand a month. There's no team. There's no real talent at that scale, which is why everybody here should be aiming for $500,000 a month. Because then at least you can hire people, pay them well, fly them on trips. If there is an issue, we have the capital, we can solve most money problems, right? But you're out here so selfish thinking about like getting the watch. Like, are you serious? You're building a business so you can buy a watch, so you can flex on broke people on Instagram? Are you serious? Who's going to come work for your company if that's your goal? You won't attract anyone, right? No great talent, no one who has great potential is going to come work for a company of someone who just want to look good on Instagram. Like that's what you have to understand, is that your team is giving you the most important thing of their life, which is their time. And if you're actually respectful enough, you would create a vision that's big enough for everybody to get rich within it. And unfortunately, this is not something that you can copy from someone else. Like, it's not like you either have it or you don't. Which is why, regardless of how smart you are, your vision will always dictate how big you go, right? And know a bit about everything else, but don't be a master at everything. I'm not a master at everything, but I probably know everything about everything here. I know 60, 70% of everything here, right? So I still can control, I still can manage, I still can bring my insights, right? And when I was creating this, I love this. I love this quote. It says, "Don't fail to see the forest for the trees." Do not fail to see the forest for the trees. A lot of people never see the big picture because they're focused on, hey, let me master appointment setting. Let me master editing. Let me master closing. Let me master this. And all they're doing is just they're focusing on one tree at a time. I'm like, bro, take a moment and look at the sunset or look at the full forest. Enjoy the big thing. Stop trying to focus on the trees. Let's look at the forest. Let's own the forest, right? So yeah. Who wants me to go over the bonus today? Because I think we've gone 3 hours already, which is wild. I thought this would be shorter, but who's ready for the bonus? Just fire it up. Just fire it up in the chat. Because this bonus is about to be something pretty. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be good, but you guys will tell me if it's good. All right, let's fire it up. Let's fire it up. All right, so let's just go in it, right? So anyone who wants to work with clientacquisition.io and who desires some level of implementation and consulting on what they're doing wrong, right? I want to present to you something new, right? As many of you know, we have a flagship program called $500,000 Systems Implementation Program, which costs $15K. We've had hundreds of clients go through it in the last 20 months, but after the last webinar, and after seeing how many people wanted to work with us, but who couldn't because they couldn't afford our price, and after looking at who gets the best results in the $500,000 program, we've decided to create something new, a new implementation program meant for anyone doing 10 to 15K a month or less, right? And it's called Agency and Consulting Basics. And I wanted to launch it today, okay? We've shut down all the signups for the $500,000 Systems Implementation Program as we restructure our fulfillment process. So you can't actually sign up for this higher ticket program because we're going to turn it into a management and implementation program. So meaning that when you join the $500,000 a month or 2 months from now, you're actually going to have client acquisition.io team come in and manage your acquisition, your systems, and your refinement of your offer, potentially even sales, week by week, by, literally hold hands every week, right? But we're shutting it down so we can actually build that out, right? But if you'd like to work with me and my team as we help you solve your offer and appointment setting problems, here is what you get in the ACB program, right? There are 101 modules going over decision-making, client acquisition offer frameworks and pricing structures, client acquisition sales training and sales scripts for consultants, short-form content agencies, e-commerce agencies, and every other niche that we've worked in, client acquisition cold email system build process and cold email scripts that have worked in all these niches that we've used to generate high ticket deals for agencies, 5 to 12K a month retainers just from cold email. Client acquisition.io content building framework used to become an authority in any niche and increase your response rate in your outreach. Client acquisition.io's cold outreach process, which is what we're really great at, is social outreach. Everything we have around prospecting is going to be shared in this program, which is taken directly from the $500,000 program. Facebook conversational workflow that we've used to book 100, 200 meetings a month. Our clients are using it to book, a few, 10, 20, 30 meetings a month. Instagram outreach, we're sending around 40 to 50,000 DMs per week. You're going to get all the data we got and all the workflows we have, whether you're in local businesses, e-com, pushing short form, LinkedIn prospecting workflow. Everything is going to be included, right? But you're also going to be getting the appointment setting team built for you, right? So you're going to get the appointment setting team, KPIs, the process, systems, so you can actually learn how to manage your team of setters for success. A lot of people get setters, but they never actually make them work because they don't know what they should be doing. They don't know what the KPIs should be. They don't know what the process should be. They don't know how to should be troubleshooting their campaigns, right? So that's also included. you're going to be getting client acquisition simplified sales system, CRM, which and the onboarding plug and play that I showed you guys above. So we're going to give you like some snapshot that is already in it. Done for your appointment setter training and placement. So we're going to be training a setter for you, placing them in your company. Done for your outreach campaign build. So we're going to pick the acquisition channel, craft the messaging, help you build your VSL and optimize your profile. We're going to create, so done for you offer creation. So if you don't have an offer, if you've been struggling, you don't know where you should be, we're going to build it, or look at the current offer you have, refine it for you, pick the right niche, help you pick the right sales argument, your deliverables, and your fulfillment team structure, and most importantly, pick your pricing. Super, super important. Done for your campaign and team performance review. So after 10 days of launching your outbound, we're actually going to come in your company, look at how everything has been performing. If anything is not working well, whether that's your outreach campaign results or your team performance, we're going to review it and give you a new roadmap based on what we're seeing not work in your company, right? You're also going to be getting 3 to 4 calls per week, general Q&A call, managing your appointment setting efforts. This is hosted by me, right? This is hosted by Hassam. And then you're going to get Connor's sales training. He's running a short form content, so you can also ask them questions about that, right? But you're not going to get access to all the calls that our $500,000 community gets, right? But you're going to get, we just figured out that like, hey, if you get all the Q&A stuff, if we manage your appointment setting, and if you also master sales and everything that comes with fulfillment, then it's unreasonable for you not to scale, right? And that's like the core structure of this program. Okay. Total value is 23K, 0.500, right? What do you guys think of this? Is this good? What if you want to join the $500,000 program doing 75K a month? You can't join right now because I generally don't want people, joining the $500,000 and not experience the next fulfillment structure that we have. Like I generally don't want to onboard people on the $500,000 yet because I want to restructure the fulfillment, right? So the goal with this program is really simple, is that you bridge all your knowledge gaps. So we're going to work on knowledge. So the things that you don't know. And then once we know that you know everything, then we're going to make sure you have an irresistible offer. Once you have an irresistible offer, we're going to build one automated acquisition system. Okay. No more struggling with not knowing what to sell, how to position it. No more issues with not knowing how to find at scale your ideal clients or not knowing how to prospect on specific channels. Build a predictable and reliable client acquisition system with setter or setters, depending if you want 1 or 2. Start generating interest and appointments consistently. Gain your time back and have a trained person plus a client acquisition.io's team worry about your success for the next 8 weeks, right? So this is an 8-week program. It's not like a 6 months program. And then you're going to get to, manage to do this with a monthly budget of like $500 a month or less, right? So you're acquiring the right insights, you're receiving the right guidance, and a light acquisition infrastructure you can afford to manage and sustain for the next 6 to 12 months with ease. The reason why I actually launched this thing is because I realized that like a lot of people join the $500,000 and we build all these systems, their team and all this stuff. And now they're like, holy shit, I'm not ready for this, right? And it actually ends up creating a bad experience for our clients. So I had to figure out that like, okay, we need something mid-ticket and something that's more light, where we're not overcrowding like people, where it's like we're overwhelming people with a income, like we're literally handing you a company, like you're not ready for that. Let's start slow, right? Who wants to know the cost of the ACB program? Can someone put in the chat? Who wants the price? We got it. What do you think is the price? Okay, how much do you think this costs? $6K, $50K, $7,500, $8K, $10K, $5K, $5K, $5K. Left kidney free? Oh, I'd love to do that. Okay, so the price of the program is just $5K, right? ACB is just $5,000. It's just $5,000, and I love it. I love it, right? But there is more. Who wants to see what's more? So as we're launching it today, we're just looking for the first 10 clients on this offer, right? And for these first 10 clients, I've decided to do something special because, you know, first people jump into something, always take bigger risks. So we got to make sure that we're kind of like removing the risk, right? By making it value worth more than 10 times the value. So check this out. I've decided to throw in some bonuses. If you're part of the first 10 people to join ACB, you'll get the following bonuses. Growth Specialist.io program. Who here has gone through GS.io program? Can you guys just share some feedback around what you guys think of the GS.io program? Because I think that you guys are probably the best at selling it, right? This is probably one of the best client acquisition, like fundamentals type of training that I've ever created. This is the best. Like Growth Specialist.io is probably, I mean, the sauce in there, I think it's probably worth more. I mean, it's invaluable, but I still had to put a price on it. So you get access to that. Okay. You also will get access to the $50K a month TikTok agency training material straight from the $500,000 program. You'll also get the $250K your short form content agency modules from the main program. Okay. And you're going to get 8 weeks in the $500,000 community, accessing specific channels and other entrepreneurs killing it in their fields, right? Short form content agencies, consulting agencies, consultancies, e-com, appointment setting people, anybody in every niche doing anywhere from 10K to 170K a month, which in and of itself, by you being around these people, you're just going to level up, right? And you're also going to get group call recordings from the $500,000 program. So what we've done is we've asked the subject matter experts in the program who've been doing group calls to take the top 3 calls that have been the best when it comes to short form, when it comes to TikTok, UGC stuff, sales training and everything. And we've put them in the program, right? Total value of these bonuses, $39K, which is, I think it's worth more, right? And then for, you know, these are some of the results that we got from people just in the GS.io, is booked 36 calls last week. Is in GS. Just closed my first short form content client, $3K a month. The lessons in phase 4 of GS.io really helped me close the deal. This is just GS.io. This is not even the main program. This is not everything, right? Anthony ended the day at 4 booked meetings. I booked 126 meetings last month. He's a GS, right? And it doesn't stop there, because it would just be rude of me to stop here, right? Just a sign of appreciation to the first few people interested in this offer. The first 5 of 10 will have $1,000 discount on agency and consulting basics, right? Comment below if you want the steps to claiming this offer. If you want to be part of the first 10, just comment in the chat if you're interested in the steps. Let's run it up. Let's run it up. All right. So this is how it's going to work. Here are the sign up process. Okay. And the conditions to get the bonuses. We've blocked a few slots for today and tomorrow, Monday, to get the 10 people signed up. So if you want this offer, the bonuses and the discount, you have the next 48 hours to do so. After 48 hours, you won't be able to access these bonuses or the discount, right? If you are interested now, guys, this is not a push. Like, you don't need to sign up for this if you're not everybody's support. You may not even be qualified, right? But if you want to be part of the first 10, then use this link. I'll throw it in the chat and you can just book your call. The way that it's going to work is really simple. You get on a call with either Joseph or Hassan, who's our advisors, and they're going to just walk you through even more what this offer is about, figure out what's your current situation and everything like that. And then, you know, just if you want to sign up, then you can sign up. If you have any questions, pricing, payment plans and all that good stuff, you'll be able to ask it there, right? But something that I wanted to go over is, what is the cost of not taking advantage of today's offer, right? Things you could do instead of leveraging this offer. You can go ahead and buy different courses from different people people consulting you on your offer, outreach and appointment setting, sales systems, and end up spending 10K, over 10K in the next, few months. Or you can go at it alone and spend the next year or two figuring out yourself, which is most people's situation, right? I just saw someone saying that we just dropped from 230 or 40 people to 200 and something, and it's totally fine. Like we don't need everybody. Well, first of all, like I said, not everybody's supposed to win. It's just that easy, just simple, just a rule of nature, right? But most people choose to go at it alone, and they don't understand the cost because it's not something they actually get to see. But 1 year can cost you an average of 200 grand of unearned revenue, right? Because it's pretty easy to make 20K a month with any of the offers in our community, right? So if you go the next 12 months without scaling, you're costing yourself 200 grand. If you do it for the next 2 years, you just close to yourself almost $500,000, right? So it's crazy to think that just because you're not where you need to be, that you're not paying something. You are paying something because you're not where you need to be, right? You can also hire agencies and consultants for done for you or one-on-one. They'll charge ridiculous prices. And at the end of the day, since they don't have access to as much data as we do, they'll only be able to help you solve specific problems, but won't actually make it unreasonable for you not to succeed, right? You have, lack of the right environment, which is also another big issue. If you don't have people around you winning at the thing you're wanting to win at, you'll lie to yourself and convince yourself that it's okay to be average or fail, since nothing in your environment is proving you wrong. If you're just around average people every day, of course it's okay to be average, right? The most important thing, and I keep telling this to my team and to everyone, improve your environment. Improve your environment. Get around people who are winning. Get around more successful people. Because as soon as you get around successful people, success becomes the norm. Success becomes the norm, right? Success becomes the norm, right? The true cost of not taking advantage of this offer is two things. Your goal and dream life becomes a sacrifice depending on what you want to achieve. Some people, their sacrifice or the goal is making 100K a year. Others is making $1 million a year. Others is making 10 million a year. If you don't take advantage of this or get started on the journey, you're sacrificing this. Your time is the most important thing that you're sacrificing too. We have on average 28,000 days on this planet, right? If you're 20, if you're 30, if you're 40, you ain't got many days left, bro. Like we can try to be like, oh, we have 24 hours in a day, and you think that you're just coasting through life like, oh, I'll be successful next month or next year, or I have the next 12 months to no, you do not. You probably have 10,000 days to live. And out of those 10,000 days, I mean, if I was in your shoes, I'd love to spend all of them or as many of them drinking wine on a sunset. And I ain't gonna lie, it costs around 3 to 5 grand a day for a villa in some of these amazing places. So I don't know about you, but that's a lot of money, right? The sooner you start working towards your goals and you start enjoying each day of this short life of ours, the sooner you start feeling grateful for the miracle of being alive and having the ability to control your destiny. Guys, I don't even care about the money. For me, all I'm trying to get everybody here to understand is that the sooner you start enjoying each day, the sooner you're winning. It's not about money. Guys, I'm not any happier than I was when I was making 50K or 10K a month. It's not about that. It's more so about, do I have the ability to be present every single day? Yes, I do. And that makes my life so much more miraculous, right? Regardless of how much work we will be putting in to help you set up everything and support you over the next week, our focus was that if you just acquire one client from the infrastructure that we will build, the team and the systems and the knowledge that you'll acquire, you can liquidate the cost of the investment. One client is all it takes to be profitable after this investment, right? One client. Okay. For the next 24 hours, we have slots available to jump on a call with, our client acquisition advisor team. We will look at your current situation and see if you qualify for this offer. If you do, we will walk you through more information about the program. If you're part of the first 5 people to sign up, you receive a 1K discount that's going to get applied right away. As soon as you pay, you receive the onboarding in the next 24 to 48 hours. While you wait for the onboarding, you receive access to our private Discord community. You start going through the training assets on offers and client acquisition in the ACB program. You receive our outbound prospecting assets. You need to track all your prospecting. And once we hit 10 people on this new offer, we will stop onboarding new members until we're happy with their results. And when we're ready, we will happily invite more people to join. Okay. We're just looking for 10 members. Once we hit the 10 members, we cap it, and then we focus on fulfillment. If you can't get in today or tomorrow, you may have to, wait, 4 weeks until we're done fulfilling for these new members, because we're a high intensive, like done for you, company. There's a lot. We're literally placing humans and building systems. It's stuff that is not, you can't just do in like a day, right? You can use the link that I put in the chat. I'll just put it again if nobody has claimed it already. So for the first 5 people, just 4K. Yes, sir. Yeah, it is. So anybody watching the recording of this webinar, this applies to you too. If you're watching this web and you're like, oh, let me book a call, blah, blah, blah. No. Once we get the 10 people, we stop onboarding, right? So you can book a call, but like understand that like we'll most likely just put you on a waiting list and then get you signed up when we're done for getting results for the first 10 people, right? We push on fulfillment and done for you. So we also prioritize clients in the main program as they're investing 3 times as much to work with us. That's why this is more of a test run. This is not really, I may end up closing this program down, but I just want to see if we can fulfill for the cost, the amount of value that we're willing to deliver and what kind of results we're going to get. If we can get really great results, then we may open this up to more people. This may become like a flagship thing, right? But as of right now, I just want to start with 10 people because, guys, for 5K, like it would take a lot of people to sell every month to make the kind of revenue that we make at 5K, right? So, guys, if you're willing to work with CA.io, please just come and book your call. If you've booked your call, let me know in the chat. And yeah, let's get to it. Now, I'm about to go answer questions. Answering questions, right? If you've booked a call, let me know in the chat. Love it. All right, guys, this is probably, if I can't repeat it as much. For the price, I don't know anything that's going to come close to it, right? Now, I understand I'm in a different situation. Money may not be an issue for you. You guys may be on a budget. You guys may be, having issues, but it's like, figure out a way to build a team and a systems to make you successful. Because this is the secret around winning. It's how many people do you have that worry about your success more than you do yourself? So as an example, whether I wake up today or not, whether I would have done this webinar or not, someone is going to wake up and do outreach. Someone is going to wake up wanting to close. Someone is going to wake up wanting to onboard. Someone is going to wake up wanting to make sure the clients are happy. Why? Because they make money from doing outreach. They make money from closing. They make money from onboard clients. They make money from making clients successful. They make money from making sure the operations run. That is the key to business. How many people do you have in your company that care about them? It's almost like build something where people get rich from making you rich. A lot of you guys may be like, oh, Serge, I'm struggling to make 10K a month. Well, it's because you're the only one who cares about you making 10K a month. Right? It's simple, right? So, okay, cool. Let's get on the questions and then all right. Perfect. All right, cool. So let's get into the questions. If you guys have any questions, put them in the chat, please. All right, cool. So I'm making no money. What can I do to make 10K in the next 20 days? Growth specialist.io, do outreach. and become like a GS for someone like me or someone who has another company. Hey bro, I'm new. Any advice on getting clients for newbies? To be honest, I don't know. Because this is like a crazy question. This is a lazy question. I don't answer. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be answering lazy questions. I'd love to answer some good questions. So how does a short form content monetization offer work? I believe we've answered it. So this was asked earlier. How did Serge become Serge before he was Serge? I knew what Serge needed to become before Serge became who he needed to become. Right? Eamon asked, at what point do you recommend to build a community? As soon as possible. Would you recommend adding a guarantee for the audience monetization offer? Oh, I don't think so. Unless your market is really like numb to your offer. Like unless they're like super like have been extra sold the thing already, the mechanism, and they're become numb to it. I don't really recommend adding a guarantee. Because guarantees are used to like sell to a really overcrowded market, right? As you guys can see, like I've seen a lot of people, whenever I get on Instagram, there's people like, hey, I'll get you 1 of 5 clients or you don't pay. And if you don't, I'll pay you $1 billion. I'm like, what? Who's teaching these guys how to market? Right? The goal is not to like oversell, because you know what's crazy? When you do get that client from that kind of promise, they will be the worst clients ever, because they've been sold on the fact that they can never lose. So they're always just thinking about, oh, if I don't get an X results, I'm going to get my money back, and I'm also going to get paid. So you may actually get broke people wanting to work with you just so you can pay them, right? So as an example, with this ACB program, I'm not promising you to make $1 billion. You get it or you don't, because of the fundamentals, right? I'm not trying to promise you $1 billion. Like if you don't understand that you need a team of setters and a good offer, then I'm sorry, but like, then cool, just go find people who want to promise you the moon. Because what's funny is a lot of people prefer buying from people of making crazy promises. Like you will see a lot of these programs, like they'll do like, hey, I'll get you 5 clients in the next month or you don't pay. I'm like, holy shit. This is a business that's being built. This is not a lot. We're not going to the casino. There are so many variables that are hard to control in a company that if you guys ever see me make promises like, hey, I'll get you an ACB and make you $1 billion or you don't pay, that's stupid. That's the wrong expectations. You know what I'd prefer is I'd love to sell you on the fact that it's about to be fucking hard. And only if you're willing to go through the hard thing, can you buy from us? Are you willing to work hard? Are you willing to fail and never quit? Can you commit to that? If you can, bro, let's come work. Because I promise you, if you have that mindset, I can make it invisible for you not to be successful. But you have to commit to the work. If you can't commit to the work, the only reason I can guarantee you success is if I'm paying you every month. Like if I can just be like, hey, come in my company and then I'll pay you. Okay, cool. Then I can really guarantee you success. But to be like, hey, I can make a claim and make you money is ridiculous. It's like, and I would suggest you guys stay away from those people, because it just shows that they're not good, right? They're not good at building great services. They're just great marketers. They oversell you on the front end. And then when you get in, you're like, holy shit, this is shit, right? What is the difference between building a community for e-commerce brand? It's really simple. It's mostly around desires and education steps, right? So if I'm building an e-com community, I'll just focus on behaviors, lifestyle, etc. If I'm building one for consulting or B2B, then I'll build like content around how to solve problems, right? Because these people who buy e-com or whatever, they just care about, their lifestyle, their, how they come up in life. But people in the consultants and coaches, they just care about being smarter and solving problems. So you want to create content challenges that go over, you know, lifestyle. Like let's say if you're like a bottle brand, you could create like a challenge to drink water every day. If you're if you're helping content coaches and consultants, then build, you know, every day, every week, create some crazy good assets that educate people on this, right? Angel Castillo's how to fulfill content creation offers. I believe we've gone through that after you asked the question. Hey, Serge, do you have a team for the German market? Unfortunately, we don't. How important is to have followers on IG? If it was, yes, you need to buy followers. 500, 1,000 is good. How do you present all of the value in outreach? We try to offer video. So we have a structure for video sales. It's like an education VSL, right? And how do you find investors for SaaS? Ooh, I know, Peter, you asked, I know you're in the gs.io, but I would suggest you watch the YouTube video I made around how to find 10,000 leads in SaaS. Please talk about operations. I believe we did talk about that. When will you get the Porsche? I feel like Porsche is a little too subtle, and I'm not ready to be subtle right now. If I pull up in a $250,000 car, I need to make sure that every neighbor wakes up. So I'm gonna get something else this summer. How do you build something similar for e-commerce niche implementing the audience monetization? You would build a Facebook group. There are a bunch of brands that have actually built great. I'll show you right now. And this is really cool, but let me show you something. So if you go find this brand, it's called Obvi. They've built a community, 65,000 people, right? Every person who buys the product comes in here and just shares some stuff. Look at this. Overnight oats meal prep. Oh, wow. This is beautiful, Heather. Oh my God, this is so amazing. Yes. Oh, it looks delicious. How long does it take for the collagen to burn to work? Do you know how much money they make, these people, because of this audience? It's crazy. Because now, look at this. Instead of Obvi spending $100 to get traffic, Brenda or Katie just make a comment and people get notification and go pay attention. Oh, I'm like, oh my God, I don't have the collagen, super collagen protein. Oh my God, I need it. And then look at the lifetime value. The lifetime value goes from just Heather buying to Leah buying, Tarna buying, Papena buying, Marianne buying, Amanda Mayer, Jennifer, Courtney, blah, 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 right? So it's like the community itself. Look at this. Just had the new Obvi coffee. It's amazing. Oh my God, Tracy. I'm super excited to try it. Felicia, what are some of the benefits? Oh, Felicia, it's the best. Oh, it's the best. Oh, it's the best, right? So it's like, holy shit. I might start an e-com brand right now, right? Okay, let's go back. So do you see what I mean? This is how you scale a brand to billions of dollars without zero ad spend, just with a community. If you could offer to transform the email list, okay. Felicia is going. Oh yeah, let's see Felicia. Oh yeah, Felicia, she's good. She's gonna check out my profile. Maybe she want to buy a ACB. So it's good. It's my way of getting attention. Clayton asked, what's the best way to reach out to e-com brands who are getting pitched every hour? Not emails for sure. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Carlos, how can we find someone to go and write the content for our clients? Facebook groups, Upwork, or your network. I have started a YouTube channel for my niche. When I do cold email, DM, do I send them my content? Yes, 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 yes. Also, you inspire me to make a free course for my niche. So when I DM or post in a Facebook group, do I send them the free course? Yeah, why not? What do you have to lose? It's always, guys, instead of asking questions, ask them, what do you have to lose? What's the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst thing that can happen if people spend 3 hours with you? The worst thing that can happen is you make money. And that's a good worst thing. Also, all instead of, can you handle 15? Yeah, this is played out, guys. This is not it. Conversations win. Don't come in and pitch this. Eamon asks, how would you go about building a fulfillment that makes it unreasonable for clients not to see results? Find someone who's delivered results. Don't try to build something you haven't done before. I have an agency, but I'm doing all the editing. I can't find editors for, how do you find them? Jiro, you want to answer this? How can he find them? Okay, I'm being a joke. I can't stop thinking about this. I'll just delete. Oh man, Jiro, is Jiro here? Oh, did he let? Okay, Jiro, unmute yourself, bro. How do you find
Oh,
editors?
me?
I can't find. He says he can't find editors. Yeah, we can hear you.
yeah, there's plenty on Upwork, onlinejobs.ph, Facebook groups. I would recommend Facebook groups. Just type in short form content editors. There are so many groups out there that it's very easy to, find someone.
Sick.
So Facebook groups.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Perfect. Yeah, I think Facebook group is the best. How to pay people in the start. How can you creative set up deals based on performance? On my 10K a month, I want to start scale our in-house performance because I see that our operations are working very good. But when we scale up number of clients, our operation isn't good. Well, sacrifice the 10K. Don't be profitable for a bit, right? Or you can just get a credit card, pay a good operator this month, and just go scale the team or the client acquisition to like 30K a month. And then now you'll have the profits. So it's almost like you need to build a thing that makes you more money before you can make more money. Because right now what you're trying to do is you're trying to figure out how to fulfill on 30K a month with a 10K a month team. So it's like it doesn't work. You can't engineer not paying people until you're profitable. It doesn't work. Maybe charge more per client, maybe or just build a growth team, get them to get you a bunch of appointments at the same time, hire people, and just pay them at the end of the month if you can. Thoughts on email marketing as a service? Yes, it's good. How would you go about doing UGC offer for local business without case studies proven mechanism? What's new of a mechanism? These people still advertise to get clients, right? It's just that the difference is instead of writing some weird graphic ad, you're just using actual experiences, people experiencing the product. So you don't need case studies. You just need to explain. I mean, did you need a case study for you to understand the value of the process? No, you didn't. So it's going to be the same thing when you're pitching it to your to the local businesses, right? What's the sales argument for around UGC? Well, it's you're getting them more brand. You're getting them you're getting to grow them an audience while you're getting them leads, which is really sick. How many emails should we generate out of Insta? How many emails should you generate? 300. What's a good number? You should expect to get 5 to 10%. If you're not getting that, then your messaging or offer is good. Is bad. For the local biz influencer offer, what will be the outcome be for the brand that we can propose? I mean, you're making them more money inevitably because you're just going to get the creatives used from the influencer to run as ads, lead gen ad. So just get them results. Just get them leads like you would, right? How to qualify the prospect before the sales call? To ask them a question. Where are you at? How much money are you making? Right? How to handle price objections and people who don't have enough money. If they don't have enough money, give them the thing they can afford or don't just sell them. They just don't have the money, right? How to handle the price objection? Price objection comes from this. Value minus price is the same or equals to 0, right? If you want to never have this price objection, right? Make the value 50K and charge 5K. 45K in value, 45K difference. Why would someone have a price objection? It's like if I gave you a Porsche for $5,000, would you not buy that Porsche? So instead of trying to handle, solve for this, because nobody's objecting on the price. Nobody cares. But price is If you gave me Drake's home for $1 million, I would buy it tomorrow. If you gave me Drake's home, I would buy it tomorrow for $1 million, but it's worth 100. So I'd be paying 100th of what it's worth. So it's like, it's a deal. As an example, the ACB program, the reason why I added so many bonuses is because I wanted it to be a no-brainer for people who, like, there are people who will be joining ACB who don't actually have a crazy recurring monthly revenue, but they'll be like, yeah, fuck it. It's just way too valuable for me to miss it, right? Now, could they go on a sales call and be like, hey, Hassan, I don't have the money. I don't have this. They'll be like, hey, it's cool. If you don't have the money, just come back later. Because someone who objects on the price just doesn't understand the value. It's either they don't understand the value or they don't, or you're not giving value, right? That's my answer. Influencer local business. How much should we spend on the influencers? I don't know. That's something that I wouldn't really know. You'll have to, that's why I said, ask what their fee would be if they wanted to do the content. How do you set expectation from a low views on Reels? Well, what are you selling them on? Are you selling them on the fact that every reel is going to get views? If that's the case, then you're selling them on the wrong thing. Content is slow, right? Slow as hell. So you need to really lower the expectations to literally just, hey, we'll just post the content. And then some of that that odd attention, we're going to be doing our best to convert it into a webby, right? A webinar, a group, and then we're going to try to book appointments from it. So stop selling high views, just sell on the work being done. At what point do you recommend hiring people? Well, at what point do you want to get rich, right? So it's like, this is the wrong question. It's like, at what point well, the point when you're actually wanting to build a company, right? Preston asked, if you're trying to hire setters or even close it, isn't it better to at least have done it yourself for a while? I mean, you need to learn setting and setters and closing for sure, but do you need to have done it yourself? No, not really. Like, and let me answer this best way. Do you want to get? So this is the question. This is the right question. When do I want to win? 1 year from now? Cool. Learn everything yourself. Next month, find experts and skip the learning process. Just like if Jeff Bezos wanted to source the product from China, handle shipping to the, what is, I forgot, the place where they keep the shipment, right? Package it, find a customer, set up Shopify, set up a tag, and find a shipping company to the customer, follow up with client, or handle customer service, right? How long do you think it would take him to get to $1 billion in revenue per day? It would potentially take him 1 billion lives, 1 billion lifetimes. So it's more so like, how urgent are you trying to win? Do you want to go in and become really great at sourcing products in China, handling them, packaging it, finding a customer, setting up Shopify, blah, 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 blah? Can you master these? Of course. But for me, I care about $1 billion in revenue. I don't care about being good at setting or closing. I want to own the infrastructure. So it's just like, when do you want to win? That's really the answer to your question. And by the way, Preston is actually my high school friend. So actually, he's my G. Thank you for being here, bro. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, great job on being here. Great job on starting on this journey. I respect that. I respect that a million times. I respect it. Because to be honest, if this summer I'm the only one driving an R8, it ain't going to work out. Because I'm not going to give you a sit. Because I'm probably going to prioritize the shorty who's going to be sitting on the right. I won't have the truck to send you in, so I need you to also be balling, you know what I mean? Right? So what's the difference between the information receiving ACB and $500,000? $500,000 is going to become a completely different beast. So it's almost like I can't explain it. So it's like ACB is like you're getting the simplified version of this thing, right? But if you're doing, and by the way, if you're doing less than 6 figures a year, you will not be able to join the $500,000 program. By the way, right? So this is more so like middle people are just still trying to scale. Maybe you're doing 3-5K a month, but you just want to speed up things. You want to be you want to get the right feedback. You want to get the right team, and you just want to hit the ground running. Now, $500,000 eventually will become more so of a community service program where you just pay to be around the right people, and we build the operations. We kind of like manage your company week by week. And it's just going to be a community of people where we just, every quarter we're just meeting up, just going and traveling and just experiencing life. Because I've realized that it's almost like building a company becomes just boring. And I want to keep the $500,000 for the right crowd of people who just want to come enjoy life as we build great companies, right? So it's going to be also focused a lot more on experiences. And for that, we need just people who can afford more. Because guys, I won't lie to you, it does cost a lot of money to experience a lot of the things that we could do. And sometimes I can't do it because some of the clients who are in the $500,000 are not yet to the level where they can experience these things. So it's almost like, hey, let's keep people in their segment and not try to merge clients who are doing $100K a month with people who are doing $10K a month or $5K a month. It's like, no, let's stop doing that, right? So that's kind of like the difference. It's just going to be more higher people who have achieved bigger stuff, right? Amen. As how long is this offer available? How long the 5K? I mean, the sign up is you sign up in the next 48 hours, but like when is this offer available? It's here. Like it's not going anywhere. But once we get the 10 people, you can't really sign up anymore. Is there a minimum number of revenue I need to be doing? Not for ACB. Now, there is a minimum of knowledge. If you're coming straight from like, you haven't even gone through at least Iman's course, then you probably shouldn't be signing up. Like, I don't want you like completely be a complete newbie who hasn't even spent time learning. Then yeah, this is not like a I'm telling you how to get money online type of program. No. It's not that. And I we're not yet there. But the fact that it has gs.io though is kind of like good, because even if you weren't to scale your business, you could still get access to growthspecialist.io, which could give you the scale to start earning 5 to 10K a month just by using your own time. So I guess technically, even if you're a beginner, you could find success in it. I forget that I put gs.io in it. Okay, but yeah, you can be a beginner and literally get success from it because there is gs.io. Is there any clients guarantee in the ACB program? No, right? The reason why they're not because guys, if I was charging you 30 grand, yeah, I'll put in a guarantee, but you're going to be able to get access to 3 calls a week. You're going to get access to probably as the same materials most people have spent 15 grand for. You're going to get access to an onboarding consulting call one-on-one. You're going to get access to 1 call with me for the next 8 weeks. You're going to get a setter placed or in your company. You're going to get the systems built, the process to build systems. You're going to get all these things given to you for 5K. Like, this is time spent doing work. This is not like I'm selling you a course. Right? If I was selling your course, cool. I'll give you a 30-day money back guarantee. But my team's time and my time is going to be involved in fulfilling. And I ain't gonna lie to you, but my time is worth a lot. So I can't just give you money. I can't put a guarantee on, because we're doing work, right? So it's like you also, time is, if I wasn't give anybody, it was just a productized thing, we don't do any work, cool. But time will be spent with you weekly, monthly, to make sure you're advancing, and that's what you're paying for. It's like you're just paying for attention and personalization, and that's just in and of itself worth something, right? But no, there is no, I'm not going to put a guarantee in this, because I just generally just want people to come in who want to get the thing, right? So you're paying for the setup, paying for the setup and the support. I'm not like the guy who's going to be like, hey, come in and buy this thing, and then if you don't get it, I'll give you $100 grand back. No, I don't want that. If you can go buy from those people, because there are a lot of them out there, right? Hey, I just onboarded about 30 appointment setters, but I'm broke, so they work on commission. The thing is, how do I pay for their cold calling? Well, they get paid on commission. So why do you have to pay? If they make you a deal, you pay them from the money you make from the deal. How do we outreach with brands who don't spend all their Twitter, IG? You see, this is the question. How do we do outreach to establish brands who don't spend all day on Discords? Well, why are you trying to DM these people when you have people you can DM? Focus on what you can get access to instead of what you can't get access to. Because generally, you will not get in touch with these brands if you're not in touch with these brands. Like there are tables and rooms you will not get into. Like there are people you can't get access to. It's like trying to be like, hey, how do I access Alex Hormozi, or how do I access Bill Gurley, or like how do I access Chamath Palihapitiya, or how do I access Elon Musk? You do not access them, generally because you're not yet at a level where you can access them, right? In order to go through someone like Elon, you're probably going to have to go through like 20 assistants and a bunch of teams. So you trying to sell to people who are like Elon is wasting your time, because you're not yet there, right? Guys, like to really sell to big companies, you need to be willing to spend the next 6 months just trying to reach out to one person. If that's your model, and maybe you're selling $1 million a year SaaS or package, cool. Maybe it's worth 6 months. But Clay, I don't think you're selling $1 million ticket service. So why are you trying to reach out to establish people who you can't reach? That's the wrong thing to focus on. Okay, see, this is also another thing. Why are you trying to reach out to people who are hard to find? You guys are focusing on the wrong thing. It's crazy. If you want to hop in the full program after we are on ACB, I forgot about this. Sorry, guys. So if you go from ACB to the main program, you actually get a discount because you've joined ACB, right? So, as an example, if you go from ACB to the $500,000, you'll only get started something like 3K, 4K to get started, 3 or 5K, and then you pay like 2K a month or something. So you won't have to pay like the full thing or whatever. And guys, I'm restructuring the $500,000, so like I don't yet have everything aligned, but yes, you will get, you'll pay a lot less than what you would have to pay if you went from nothing to being $500,000 client, right? Any offers people are wanting to join a $500,000 once you reopen? Not yet, because guys, when I do present the new way of the $500,000 of fulfillment, just the way that we're redesigning the fulfillment is going to be stupid good. It's going to be so good, right? Carol asked, what happens to current HEM clients? Nothing happens to current HEM clients. You guys just get the same thing. Now, we're going to be giving the GS.io also to all the $500,000 clients. So that's going to be really sick. I'm excited to share with you because I know some people have been asking if they can get access to the $500,000 client, GS.io, right? But nothing changes, right? Now, when we do set up the new fulfillment, we're probably going to set up some cool stuff, but nothing changes for the $500,000 clients. We're just going to revamp the way that the program is structured. What are some risk reversals I can include in my short form content? Holy, I think it's a content offer, man. There's almost nothing you can do to, you can try to get them sales, but guys, this is also another thing. People who get content offers just you need it, sell it to the people that want it. For me, I don't ask my short form content editing team like, hey, how many views did we get? No, I just care. Let's just post content. Because once you understand the importance of getting attention, you could care less about what am I getting back. You're getting something that you can't necessarily count and see right now. But trust me, just sell to people who actually know the value of it. How does this conversation flow for DM outreach work for ecom brands? Geez, you'll have to be in ACB or GS to see it, because I can't break it down right now. But we have the conversation flow for ecom literally built by an e-commerce agency, going over an exact conversation flow they had with an ecom brands on Facebook, and they break down everything. When should I start worrying about girls instead of business? I mean, can you provide for the girl? For the girls? You're crazy. I don't know about you, but it's probably the same amount of energy and as expensive to run a business as it is to deal with multiple girls. So probably when you can afford to. Does a VA also work for the German market? I mean, they don't speak German, so no. But so the thing is, you could get the workflow and the process and just train your own setters in the German market. That's what we've done in the French market. We've had clients come from like Paris and whatever, and just build our workflow, and it works so much better, right? For them, because the market is so not used to this type of outreach, right? How much importance do you say lies in the level of visual short form content? Super important. How do you get your first clients without testimonials? You tell them that you don't have testimonials, but you show them what you can build for them. How do you organize the days in a week as efficient as possible in order to do all the tasks needed to be done by you? I'm also talking about personal things. I only focus on 3 things a day, and I only focus on 3 things a quarter, right? I have 3 big things, and I have every day I try to work on 3 things that get me closer to those 3 things. I don't do a lot of things. How would you optimize your social media profile for outreach? Like 1 video post a week? Just post as much stuff as you can. Don't try to figure out like, oh, 1 week, 1 a day. No, just post as many as you can. Because I think the thing with people who are starting out is they think that there is an optimal cadence with consistency of any activity. Let me tell you this, there is none. The more you do, the better. So stop trying to chase for like, what's the optimal? Is it once a week? Is it 1 story a day? Is it 1 outreach an hour? No, who cares? If you can post once 3 times an hour, do it. Who cares? What do you think of writing threads of your ICB on Twitter, creating? What do I think? Spending the whole conversations you would deploy for them. Does it help you? Does it help your clients understand and prospects understand what you do? If it does, then I think it's good. How can you show a hard return on investment to e-com brands for building a community? I mean, you can try to tell them this, or you can try to reach out to the founder of Obvi and ask them about the return, or you can just look at podcasts around building communities for e-com, and you'll find a lot of case studies. Okay, how many questions do we have left? Okay, I think I'm going to stop. Let's not add more questions, please, because I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Should I focus on learning before building a company, or should I learn along the way? I think I've answered this, right, with Preston's question. Will this webinar be posted on YouTube or Telegram? I missed a few. Yeah, of course. I'm gonna post it for free, but I'm gonna share it in Telegram first. What does the perfect cold outreach message look like when I message course sellers or entrepreneurs? I have case studies. There is no perfect message, man. The perfect message is a personalized message. So just, if you can, join ACB and get access to all our cold outreach or growth specialists, and get access to GS.io. Is cold calling more effective than IGDM? for sure. I've never done cold calling. I don't know how it works in the SFC. Will a short form content model be the best model growing personal brand and e-commerce business? I don't know. I think short form content is just, yeah, I mean, I guess it just has more virality. So yeah, it will help you get more reach. But to build the brand, I don't think you build a brand from short form content. Like there's no branding there. Just it's like doesn't really, nobody gets to experience it. Like people who have spent the past 3-4 hours with me I will have more impact with this 3-4 hour webinar than any amount of short form content, right? Should the CTA be in a reel or in the description? I don't know. Test both and see which one works the best. What's a good pricing for short form content editing? There's no good price. It depends on who you're charging. How many Insta DMs should we send out every day when we're starting out? As many as you can. Also, do you provide a VA placement? Does it work smoothly when the French business? We've placed setters in the French market, but we try not to promote it. But like if you were to join, we could probably help you find a VA in the French market. Yeah. Where can I hire the people that will do appointment setting at large scale, which I will pay them on commission? Facebook groups. So to get access to the potential high ticket prospects, my social profile must be established enough to get their attention. Yeah, just be about what you talk. Like be about it. Don't just be in the DMs about it. Like actually show them what you sell. If you don't have 5K up front, is there a payment plan? This is nuts. The payment plans won't be crazy. We may break up the payments in two. Yeah, we can break up the payments in two if you don't have the 5K up front, right? Yeah, I hope, you know what? I hope that this would be a 2-hour webinar, but I guess not. All right, cool guys. Hope everyone had an amazing time today. I'll be sharing the Google Doc in the Telegram group. If you guys don't yet aren't part of the Telegram group, let me give you guys the link. Because I think the Telegram group is going to be really sick. We're going to continuously just be having that community be focused on all the webs, all the trainings. And yeah, guys, ACB is open for anyone who's interested. I don't know how many calls we've booked. And let me check. 89% retention rate after 2 hours. That's sick. That's really good. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Yeah, whoa. Yeah, we got way too many calls. Okay, cool. Yeah, guys. So yeah, we got also someone already joined. That's really sick. Guys, I do this for y'all. If anybody ever needs help, I'll keep doing these. It's not the first or last one that we're going to be doing, but ACB, guys, I think is probably one of the best offer out there that we've done at that price, the amount of value that we're delivering. And yeah, guys, let's change the world. Like one of the things that I always like to think about is if I could just get everybody to just experience what it feels to be chasing something and actually winning from the thing you set out to achieve, probably one of the best feelings ever. Like if you could get addicted to something, get addicted to achieving what you set out to achieve, right? And I know it's hard. I know it's hard. You know, when I was starting out, or 2-3 years, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing by quitting my job. I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing by doing appointment setting. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to start consulting people on their offer. I wasn't sure what I was doing, but I always just took one step after the other. And somehow it ends up working out, right? So wherever you're at, you could be making a lot of money. You could just be starting out. Just take one step in front of the other. Just one step at a time. One step at a time. And I've seen literally kids scale businesses. I've seen grown people scale crazy businesses. I've also seen a lot of people fail, right? But promise me that you will always do Try to do something. Try to do something great. Just go for it big. Just go for it all. Cause man, I ain't gonna lie. That sunset on the wine, it's a worth it. It's a worth thing. It's a worth thing. I mean, I'd love to even take a plane right now to just go on somewhere and just drink some wine, right? But yeah, guys, if you're doing 30K a month or more, join the 2-day mastermind in Spain. It's gonna be really sick. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. I love y'all. Thank you guys for sticking. 133 people have stuck through 4 hours, which is insane. And thank you guys so much for spending 4 hours with me. There's no amount of money that I'll be able to pay for that time. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. Have a beautiful day. Have a beautiful life. Have a beautiful year. Let's go. Ciao.